Chapter 213. The top 16 of the Earth list tournament was in full swing. The whole city was looking forward to it. But Chu Hen returned to Tensei Prefecture early. In the room, Chu Hen sat on the bed, and the spirit-gathering seal floating in front of him constantly gathered the thin spiritual power of heaven and earth and the energy in the high-grade primordial crystal stones at a speed several times faster than usual, and integrated into Chu Hen's body. Circles of golden light, like water ripples, hovered around Chu Hen's body, and an obscure and restless aura was transmitted from his body. Hum! In the air, there was a sudden trembling sound of a wave of air. Then the energy inside Chu Hen's body instantly became unbearably chaotic. Together with a circle of scattered light, Chu Hen's body trembled violently, and with a muffled bang, the spirit-gathering seal floating in front of him suddenly burst into a mass of air waves. Failed again. Chu Hen opened his eyes, and there was a hint of disappointment in his pupils. Just like the first time, every time the true essence cyclone was compressed to a certain extent, the subsequent power would not be able to keep up. It seems that I can only use the Yuan burst pill, Chu Hen murmured in a low voice. He immediately moved his palm, and a dark red pill appeared between his fingers. However, just as Chu Hen was thinking about whether to take the Yuan burst pill, a soft voice suddenly came from the door. The absorption of the Yuan burst pill is too slow. If you take it now, I'm afraid you won't be able to make it in time for tomorrow's ranking competition. Chu Hen was shocked, and he quickly looked up. He saw that the door of his room was open, and a beautiful woman with long purple hair was leaning against the door frame, looking at him quietly with her gentle and moving eyes. Mentor. Chu Hen blurted out. The person who came was Shilan. The warm sunlight sprinkled on her snow-white skin, with a hint of redness, and her beautiful temperament was refined. Professor, why are you back as well? Chu Hen got up and walked up to him. Shilan's beautiful eyes looked up and her red lips parted. Come with me. Chu Hen wanted to ask again, but the other party had already turned around and left. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Hen decided to follow behind him. After a while, the two of them arrived at the maple forest one after another. Although it was already late autumn, the maple forest was still as red as a sea of fire. Usually, there would be many students cultivating in the wooden stake array, but because of the All-Academy Martial competition, this place was especially quiet. Chu Hen had been following behind Shilan. Her exquisite and almost perfect figure made Chu Hen unable to take his eyes off her. Such a woman was worthy of being the most beautiful teacher in the imperial city. At this moment, Shilan suddenly turned around. Her gaze caught Chu Hen off guard. We're here. Chu Hen coughed lightly to ease the slight embarrassment in his heart. He then said, Professor, why did you bring me here? I just said that the absorption of the burst Yuan pill is slower. If you take it now, you won't be able to break through to the core transformation stage before tomorrow. I'm also thinking about this. Chu Hen touched his nose and said, However, after the battle with Shen Yunqi last night, Chu Hen had some ideas. If he were to encounter Wei Qingfan with his cultivation at the peak of the 9th level of the element opening realm, his chances of winning would be very slim. He could lose to anyone, but he definitely could not lose to Wei Qingfan. I can help you. A gentle voice came out of Shilan's mouth. Chu Hen was startled and looked at her in surprise. Shilan tilted her body slightly and looked at the empty space behind her. She then said, In the southwest area of the 100 Kingdom state, there is a secret technique. This secret technique is called the Celestial Revolving Sacred Heart Technique. Celestial Revolving Sacred Heart Technique? Chu Hen murmured. This technique is a secret technique that creates opportunities for others. It includes extracting the heaven and earth spiritual energy from the caster's body and storing it in his own body. He then uses his own primordial chi to continuously refine the purest part of the spiritual energy. After years of accumulation, the pure energy will become enormous and can directly fuse into the body of the person who is under the spell. Shilan slightly paused and then continued. Because the energy that is refined is very gentle, it is not as violent as the energy from elixirs or crystals. It can be quickly absorbed by the human body and has an advantage in terms of time. Most importantly, the celestial revolving sacred heart technique does not have any side effects. No matter how fast one's cultivation level increases, there will not be any problems with an unstable foundation or true origin energy. After listening to Shi Lan's explanation, Chu Hen was amazed. There is actually such a secret technique in this world. The world is so big that it is not something you can imagine. There are more than 10 million great Daos in the world. In the future, you will know that the Sacred Star Empire is just a speck of dust in the vast sea of smoke. After listening to this, Chu Hen was even more amazed. At the same time, he felt that Shilan was not an ordinary person. Or rather, she was not born in the Sacred Star Empire. Combined with Chu Hen's understanding of Shilan, she most likely came to this new environment to forget the pain in her heart because of the unexpected death of her younger brother. The celestial revolving sacred heart technique has great power. If you reach the highest level, you can even resurrect the dead. At this point, Shilan's expression turned gloomy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with sadness as she murmured softly, "Unfortunately, I was far from that level at that time. Shichin's soul has already returned to the netherworld and turned into bones." Her murmur was like a mosquito's buzz, and it tugged at Chu Hen's heartstrings. Although this beautiful woman in front of him was his teacher, her heart was so soft that it made his heart ache. At this point, Chu Hen understood that Shilan planned to use the celestial revolving sacred heart technique to help him break through to the core transformation stage in the shortest time possible. "Teacher, if you use the celestial revolving sacred heart technique, will it harm you?" Chu Hen did not believe that such a selfless secret technique would not harm the user. Shilan's eyes trembled slightly, and a ripple appeared in the depths of her heart. "A little, but it won't affect me too much." "What harm will it cause?" Chu Hen asked. "I'll only be weakened for a short period of time. You can rest assured that I know what I'm doing. But you don't have much time left unless you want to lose to Wei Qingfan in the competition. I made a promise to Principal Jiang that you would definitely be able to enter the top 3 of the Earth rankings. Don't embarrass me." "Teacher, you?" Chu Hen couldn't help but find it funny. She was one of the top 3 on the Earth ranking, and she actually dared to say such a thing. However, when he thought about it again with Shilan's personality, she most likely wouldn't make such a promise. She was just trying to reassure Chu Hen. However, since Shilan had already said so much, Chu Hen could not help but laugh. In the end, Chu Hen did not refuse. "Thank you in advance, teacher." Shilan smiled faintly, and a faint ripple appeared in her beautiful eyes. Then she turned around and formed a few complicated seals with her slender and fair fingers. Strands of silver light lingered on her fingertips. Soon after, under Chu Hen's astonished gaze, the silver light transformed into hundreds of specks of light. Shilan gently raised her wrist, and with a flick of her finger, the hundreds of specks of light instantly dispersed, before falling onto the empty space in front of her. Buzz, buzz, a powerful energy wave was released. At the same time, the hundreds of light spots on the ground emitted a bright light, and at the same time they connected with each other and formed a dazzling array in the blink of an eye. The dead branches and leaves on the ground were all sent flying. Silver light patterns interweaved and emitted a shocking aura. "Teacher, are you also a pattern caster?" Chu Hen asked in surprise. "No." Shilan replied gently. "Then how can you set up a talisman array?" "This is not a talisman array. It's just an ordinary hidden spirit array." Shilan turned to look at Chu Hen and continued to explain. There are many types of arrays, and not only pattern casters can set up arrays. True inner force can also activate the operation of the array. But in comparison, pattern casters can control the array perfectly and exert the power of the array to the fullest. Is it because of the runes? Chu Hen asked. That's right. Shilan nodded in affirmation. Pattern casters use runes to arrange arrays, but I only used pure true inner force just now. Runes can only be condensed with Reiki energy, so the difference between the two is quite big. Chu Hen listened attentively. He did not expect his teacher to know so much. She was only a few years older than him, which made Chu Hen feel that Shilan's identity was extraordinary. All right, let's enter the array, Shilan said, and took the lead to walk into the hidden spirit array. Buzz. The moment she entered the array, a layer of illusory ripples faintly appeared in the air. Chu Hen followed closely, accompanied by the ripples. As soon as he entered the array, Chu Hen felt that it was exceptionally quiet, and the environment outside the array was completely isolated, so he could not see through it at all. This hidden spirit array can not only prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, but it will also seal your 6 senses. During this period, you can avoid being disturbed by the outside world. Shilan explained softly. Chu Hen nodded and smiled. Teacher is really thoughtful. Get ready, Shilan said as she sat on the ground. Chu Hen also sat upright, and the two of them sat opposite each other, about half a meter apart. Facing such a beautiful and exquisite face, Chu Hen was more or less a little uncomfortable. Focus, Shilan said lightly. Then she put her hands together, and her 10 fingers once again evolved into different hand gestures. Chapter 214. The Celestial Revolving Saint Heart Technique was a secret technique that allowed the caster to gather and condense energy for others to absorb. This was somewhat similar to sacrificing oneself to make a wedding dress for others. Chu Hen did not know why teacher Shilan was so good to him, but Chu Hen seemed to be unable to find a reason to reject her kindness. In the spirit concealing array, Chu Hen and Shilan sat facing each other, separated by only half a meter. Chu Hen could even smell the faint, elegant fragrance on each other's body, but very quickly that wisp of arousing fragrance disappeared. Not only his sense of smell, but even his hearing and touch were all rendered useless. Just now, Shilan had already said that in order to avoid being disturbed by the outside world, the spirit concealing array had sealed off several of Chu Hen's external sensory abilities. The only thing that could still be used was his consciousness, which had become even more acute. Buzz. After an unknown period of time, Chu Hen felt that he had entered a very strange state. A strange scene appeared in his mind. Although he did not open his eyes, he could clearly sense every movement of Shilan in front of him. Shilan's hands constantly formed different kinds of seals, and a powerful aura was released from her body. Suddenly, a golden dot of light floated up from Shilan's body. The soft dot of light was like a fluorescent light, and it slowly floated toward Chu Hen. The dot of light floated in front of Chu Hen, and then drilled into the space between his eyebrows. In the next moment, Chu Hen felt a strand of pure energy fusing into his body. That strand of energy directly flowed through his meridians and reached his Dantian's Qi. In an instant, it fused together with his true Yuan Qi whirlpool. Isn't this too fast? Chu Hen was shocked. There really was no need to refine and absorb it, and it could directly fuse with his true essence. Before Chu Hen had time to marvel at the miraculous effects of the Celestial Saint Heart Technique, golden specks of light were continuously released from Shilan's body. The specks of golden light were like fireflies dancing around the evening mist. Under the dazzling brilliance, her already beautiful face looked even more beautiful and moving. Under Shilan's control, countless golden light spots surged toward Chu Hen and integrated into his body. The strands of energy gathered together and instantly turned into a huge force. In an instant, Chu Hen's dantian was like a container that stored water. Endless pure energy was transferred from Shi Lan's body to her. These energies were all condensed by Shi Lan and could be said to be the purest energy. Not only were there no impurities in it, but it was also very gentle. During the process of absorption and fusion, not only did Chu Hen not feel the slightest bit abnormal, it was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. His whole body was warm and indescribably comfortable, as more and more pure energy was integrated into Chu Hen's body. The true essence in his dantian became extremely restless. The surging true essence was like the surface of the sea at high tide. The waves were turbulent and the clouds were scudding. Buzz, buzz. Immediately, Chu Hen controlled the energy in his body and quickly integrated it into the true essence vortex, condensing and compressing it. The strength of the true essence continued to rise, and the aura emitted from Chu Hen's body also became more and more powerful. This time, when the true essence vortex was compressed to the size of a fist, it did not run out of strength like the previous 2 times. Chu Hen was secretly delighted. He immediately used all his strength to compress and condense the true essence vortex. Time passed slowly. The maple forest was still abnormally quiet. Chu Hen and Shi Lan sat opposite each other with their eyes lightly closed. The spirit concealment formation had completely sealed their auras and the power within them, not allowing any of it to leak out. If one probed from the inside of the formation, one would notice that Shi Lan's aura was getting weaker and weaker, while Chu Hen's power was getting stronger and stronger. However, Shi Lan also knew that Chu Hen had reached a critical moment at this time. Her slender fingers formed a strange gesture again. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, rays of bright golden light spread from Shi Lan's body and gushed into Chu Hen's body. Compared to the specks of light, the power contained in the golden light beam was many times stronger and denser. Rays of golden light flowed into Chu Hen's body like streams flowing into a river. With such a huge supply of pure energy, Chu Hen seemed to be bathed in the holy light of the sun. Even his skin faintly glowed with a golden light. In his dantian sea of qi, majestic surging power swept through all the major meridians. Chu Hen's mind shook, and his aura multiplied. The true essence vortex rapidly compressed and converged. When it was compressed to an extremely small degree, the vortex suddenly burst out with a dazzling light along with a huge aura. Buzz, buzz! Chu Hen only felt that his entire dantian's sea of qi had fallen into a violent turmoil. The dazzling light then burst to the limit and quickly disappeared. The restless energy spread out, and the true essence vortex had already disappeared. What replaced it was a golden essence core. The essence core had been formed, and he had entered the core transformation stage. Looking at the golden essence core that replaced the true essence vortex, Chu Hen was overjoyed. The golden essence core was about the size of a longan fruit. It was surrounded by a golden light and emitted a powerful aura. At this moment, Chu Hen could clearly feel that the strength of the true essence was more than 10 times stronger than before. From today onwards, this essence core would replace the true essence vortex and continuously release powerful energy. However, just as Chu Hen was about to leave, he found that the energy from Shi Lan's body was still continuously flowing into his dantian's sea of qi. Teacher. Chu Hen communicated with her through his consciousness. Soon, Shi Lan responded, "Don't worry about anything else. Continue to channel the energy into the essence core." Although Chu Hen was puzzled, he still chose to do as he was told. The powerful pure energy flowed into Chu Hen's 8 extraordinary meridians like a torrent and integrated into the new essence core. The essence core was constantly being irrigated by the external energy, becoming more and more solid and vigorous. With a buzzing sound, Chu Hen's energy directly broke through the first level of the core transformation stage and entered the second level of the core transformation stage. This kind of speed was simply unimaginable. However, after helping Chu Hen break through to the second level of the core transformation stage, Shilan still had no intention of stopping. The Heaven Revolution's Sacred Heart continued to circulate, and more pure energy flowed into Chu Hen's body. The sun was setting. The evening glow dyed half of the sky red. Under the illumination of the sunset, the fiery red maple forest was extraordinarily beautiful. At this moment, Shilan had already exited the hidden spirit array. She sat under a maple tree with her back leaning against the thick trunk. Red maple leaves fell beside her like fallen butterflies. Shilan's face was slightly pale, and her breathing was very sluggish. Even so, it did not affect her beauty at all. Instead, it added a delicate and weak beauty to her beauty. Not far away, Chu Hen was in the hidden spirit array. At this moment, he was still in a deep state of cultivation. Specks of light lingered around him. The handsome young man's face was angular, and he gave people a sense of youth's sharpness and vigor. Shilan raised her head and looked at the light blue sky with her beautiful eyes. Her exquisite facial contours were so perfect that not the slightest flaw could be found. Her eyes, which were as soft as water, were filled with a trace of heartbreaking sadness. The scene from a few years ago involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Haha, I finally got the limitless tooth. One day, I, Shichin, will definitely become the strongest man in this world. A 15-year-old young man stood on the balcony's railing. He was in high spirits, and his whole body was emitting a youthful vigor and vitality. The purple-haired girl standing behind him smiled and shook her head. Be careful, don't fall down. No. With you here, I won't fall down. The young man turned around and looked at the girl. His slightly immature face was filled with an excited smile. Sister, thank you for the gift you gave me. With this limitless tooth, I will definitely be able to complete tomorrow's mission easily. Why are you being so polite with me? The purple-haired girl patted him lightly, indicating for him to come down and not stand so high. I still have something to tell you. The young man smiled and jumped down. He stood straight and said, Yes, please instruct me, Sister Shilan. Idiot. The purple-haired girl laughed and scolded him. Then she said, I've already made some progress in the Celestial Sacred Heart technique. I want to perform the technique for you today and help you raise your cultivation. It will also help you make sufficient preparations for tomorrow's mission. It can't be. Sister, did you really cultivate that crappy Celestial Sacred Heart technique? That secret technique doesn't benefit you at all. Why are you cultivating it? As long as it benefits you. The purple-haired girl smiled faintly. No. If you perform the Celestial Sacred Heart technique on me, you will definitely be in a weak state for a few months. If the sect assigns you a mission, it will definitely be very inappropriate. You have just become a palace disciple. If anything happens to you at this juncture, it will greatly affect your future competition for the position of sect master. The young man continued, What's more, I have to leave tomorrow before the sun rises. The time is too short, and the technique's help to me is limited. We'll talk about it after I finish the mission. But seeing the young man so determined, the purple-haired girl did not continue to insist. All right then, when you come back, I will perform the Celestial Sacred Heart technique on you. It will be considered as preparation for your next mission. Also, when you carry out the mission tomorrow, don't try to be brave if you encounter danger. You must retreat in the shortest time possible. Here we go again. Sister, you're so long-winded. I've already said it 100 times. No, 101 times. Hurry up and find a man to marry. Go and bother him every day. Don't bother me. What nonsense are you talking about? You're asking for a beating. Hee, I won't dare. Chapter 215. The sky gradually darkened, and the imperial capital once again entered its bustling nighttime period. The streets and alleys were bustling with people, feasting, singing, and dancing to celebrate peace. Even though the brothel was full, the hearts of the people were lonely. TSK, today's round of 16 is really exciting. Wei Qingfan is too brave. I'm 100% sure he'll win. In the brightly lit restaurant, the atmosphere gradually became lively. Busybodies drank fine wine while discussing the exciting duels that had taken place during the day. Wei Qingfan is indeed the #1 genius of the Wei clan's younger generation. The lethality of that death sun will is really terrifying. His chances of winning are indeed high, but the others have a chance too. Yao Zhan is a strong competitor. Imperial Martial Academy's Luo Mengchang is really unexpected. I've only heard that she's beautiful, but I've never heard of her cultivation. I didn't expect her to be so talented. I also didn't expect Luo Mengchang to have mastered the power of the 3 seals of St. Bell's City. No, it's not just 3. Today, she only used 3 to defeat her opponent. If her opponent can persist, Luo Mengchang's performance might be even more surprising. Hearing this, the people in the crowd could not help but narrow their eyes. In fact, among all the contestants, Luo Mengchang gave off the most vague feeling, as if no one could see through her. Everyone only knew that she was one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital and possessed amazing beauty. Other than that, it seemed that even the people of Imperial Martial Academy could not see through Luo Mengchang's true strength. Tomorrow, Luo Mengchang's opponent is Giant Elephant Martial House's Shangguan Yan. Shangguan Yan is also very powerful. Among the popular candidates to win, she is also very popular. I believe that tomorrow's battle will be able to test Luo Mengchang's true cultivation. The battle of the top 8 is really exciting. Do you think that Chu Hen from Heavenly Star Academy can make it to the top 4? That's a little hard to say. Even Xin Yunqi was defeated by him. Chu Hen is really a hidden master. However, Chu Hen's opponent this time is Yao Zhan. In terms of ferocity, Shen Yunqi is probably inferior to Yao Zhan. In any case, I support Yao Zhan. I didn't see what happened last night. God knows how that Chu Hen defeated Shen Yunqi. He probably used some shameful means to plot against Shen Yunqi. Besides, even if Chu Hen defeats Yao Zhan, the one waiting for him will most likely be Wei Qingfan. I dare say that Chu Hen will definitely die if he encounters Wei Qingfan. The Earth List tournament had gradually reached its most crucial stage. At the same time, it was also the moment that everyone was looking forward to the most. The round of 16 had passed, and the round of 8 was about to begin. As for who would have the last laugh and become the champion of this year's Earth rankings, everyone in the city was waiting to see. Tensei Prefecture, Maple Forest. Although the sky had completely darkened, Shilan still stayed near Chu Hen. In the spirit-concealing array, Chu Hen's eyes were tightly shut. A soft light lingered around his body, like circles of water ripples. Chu Hen's breathing rhythm was very even. He sat like a rock, as steady as an old monk in meditation. According to Shi Lan's estimation, Chu Hen would only wake up tomorrow morning at the earliest. She used the celestial Saint Heart technique to transfer the pure energy that had been stored in her body all these years to Chu Hen. After all, his cultivation had increased too quickly, and it was necessary to take some time to adapt to the strength of the primordial core. Sha! At this moment, the sound of footsteps attracted Shi Lan's attention. She stood up and looked sideways. She saw 2 young figures, a man and a woman, walking towards her. They were none other than Zhou Lu and Li Hui. Mentor, why are you here? Have you seen your brother Chu Hen? Li Hui and Zhou Lu saw that Shi Lan was here, and their faces were full of surprise. And the purpose of their visit was to find Chu Hen. Speaking of which, Chu Hen had not been seen for the whole day. The Mammoth Martial House was also not around, and he did not go to the Bright Moon Academy. The 2 were a little worried, so they searched around the academy and ended up here. Shi Lan's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and she pointed to a position behind her. The two looked over, and when they saw Chu Hen in the spirit-concealing array, they were even more shocked. "Why is he here?" Zhou Lu blurted out. "Do you still need to ask?" Mentor Shilan must be secretly helping Chu Hen improve his strength. Li Hui was smart for once, but in his heart he thought that Mentor Shilan was very biased. Of course, it was not only Li Hui who thought this way. In fact, the entire Tensei prefecture knew that Shilan was biased towards Chu Hen, and that she usually taught once every 5 days, but when it came to Chu Hen it became once every 2 days. Many people were envious of him. "Mentor, when will Chu Hen wake up?" Zhou Lu asked. "We'll have to wait till tomorrow morning at the earliest," Shilan replied softly, and then casually asked, "Is the name list for tomorrow's quarterfinals out?" "Yes." Zhou Lu nodded and said seriously, "The first battle is Huangwu Luo Mengchang against Mammoth Shangguanyan. The second battle is Senior Brother Xiao Yan against Bright Moon Long Xuanxuang. The third battle is Imperial Wind Wei Qingfen against Thunder Qinlu. Chu Hen is in the fourth battle, and his opponent is Huangwu Yaozhan. Huangwu Yaozhan." When she said these words, Zhou Lu's eyes were still a bit solemn. Today, when they were dispersing, Yao Zhan had publicly declared that within 10 moves tomorrow, he would definitely defeat Chu Hen on the stage. Mentor Shadowless's direct disciple was eliminated. Shilan murmured softly. Li Hui nodded. "Senior sister Baiyu met Huangwu Luo Mengchang today, and I didn't expect Luo Mengchang to have mastered 3 types of St. Bell City runes. Senior sister Baiyu was eliminated, so that's how it is." Shilan didn't seem to have much of an emotional fluctuation. In fact, she had heard a little about Luo Mengchang. Although Luo Mengchang didn't say how talented she was still a direct disciple of Red Lotus. Shilan didn't know Luo Mengchang, but she knew Red Lotus very well. A disciple that Red Lotus liked so much was definitely not an ordinary person. It was understandable that Baiyue lost to Luo Mengchang. Song Qinglia's direct disciple, Xiaoyan, had also successfully made it to the top 8. Together with Chu Hen, there were 2 students in the top 8. This result was already on par with Huang Wu Academy. This far exceeded the expectations of the upper echelons of Tensei Prefecture. From today onwards, Tensei Prefecture would also get rid of the worst and last reputation. It's the 4th battle. If there are no accidents, we'll definitely be able to make it, Shilan said to the 2 of them. But Mentor, Chu Hen's opponent this time is Yao Zhan. That person is much more ferocious than Shen Yunxi. Zhou Lu replied with some worry. "The choice is not with me." "All right." The 2 of them looked at each other, and Li Hui said, "Then Mentor will go back first." Okay. After a simple explanation, Zhou Lu and Li Hui left. Since Chu Hen and Shilan were together, they had nothing to worry about. But in the end, Shilan's favoritism towards Chu Hen was really enviable. Buzz buzz! At this moment, Chu Hen was constantly using his consciousness to guide the huge amount of true origin energy in his body through all the major meridians in his body, completing one qi circulation after another. The golden Yuan Dan in his Dantian's Sea of Qi contained an extremely shocking amount of power. Compared to when the Yuan Dan was first formed, the current Yuan Dan was a whole circle bigger. It was already at the peak of the 2nd level of the core transformation realm, and there were signs of it breaking through to the 3rd level at any time. The power of the celestial rotation Saint Heart far exceeded Chu Hen's expectations. Moreover, the power of the Yuan Dan was growing at a relatively slow speed. If one observed carefully, one would notice that the surface of the Yuan Dan was faintly surrounded by wisps of white energy. This white energy was none other than the mysterious ice energy left behind in the Ice Moon Demon Wolf's spiritual origin liquid. Previously, this mysterious ice energy existed beside the true origin cyclone. Now that the true origin core was transformed, it naturally attached itself to the Yuan Dan. Buzz buzz! Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation came from Chu Hen's Niwen palace. What was going on? Chu Hen was startled, and he hurriedly used his divine sense to enter his brain's Niwen palace. In the dim and hazy space, a 2-meter-tall street tree was emitting exuberant Reiki energy. Every leaf on the street tree was shining with a silver luster. The silver luster flowed like the ancient secret talisman. In the area above the street tree, the shadow of a golden bell was suspended there. A soft light lingered around the bell's body, and it was filled with a strong and restless aura. At this moment, something unexpected happened to Chu Hen. The street tree blossomed with a brilliant light, and every leaf was swaying. The exuberant Reiki energy was like a tide, and it filled the entire Niwen palace. Buzz, buzz! In a split second, the main trunk of the street tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the branches became thicker. The street tree grew at an extremely fast speed. The branches grew longer, and new leaves grew out. As the street tree continued to grow, the Niwen palace also gradually expanded and became wider. Chu Hen looked at the growing street tree in amazement, and he was pleasantly surprised. 3 meters for meters, 5 meters in just a short while. The street tree directly grew from the original 2 meters to more than 10 meters. The towering tree that was more than 10 meters tall had luxuriant branches and leaves, and it was full of vitality. The trunk was as wide as a water tank. Countless leaves of the street tree swayed and flickered, emitting vitality, feeling the Reiki energy that was many times stronger than before. Chu Hen was surprised and happy. From today onwards, he would be an intermediate inscription master. Chapter 2:16. A day flew by, and the Earth List tournament that the whole city was looking forward to was now reaching its climax. None of the geniuses who made it into the top 8 were mediocre, and who would be able to laugh in the end? It was the focus of everyone's attention, and the expectations of the whole nation. Early in the morning, it was almost noon. The eastern region of the city had already set off a monstrous atmosphere of excitement. The entire competition area was overcrowded, and even the steps were filled with people. At this moment, the students of the major martial houses were reduced to spectators. At this moment, the protagonists of the competition area were only Imperial Wind Wei Qingfan, Huangwu Yaozhan, Huangwu Luo Mengchang, Giant Elephant Shangguanyan, Bright Moon Long Xuanxuang, Heavenly Star Xiaoyan, and Thunder Qin. Of course, in addition to this, everyone's eyes would occasionally look at the Tensei Prefecture spectator seats, looking for the figure of a young and handsome youth. However, that figure had yet to appear. What's going on? Why isn't that Chu Hen from Heavenly Star here yet? Who knows? He's probably scared. Yesterday, Yao Zhan said that within 10 moves, he would definitely defeat Chu Hen outside the arena. Yao Zhan's words scared him so much that he doesn't dare to appear? It's really funny. I'm really curious how he defeated Xin Yunqi. As the audience discussed in low voices, their eyes subconsciously swept towards the Spirit Rhino Martial House's spectator seats. Today, Shen Yunqi had also come, but his face was pale, and he looked like he had yet to recover from a serious injury. He sat quietly in the spectator seats, and his weak aura did not have the slightest bit of his past heroic bearing. Many of Shin Yunqi's supporters could not help but secretly shake their heads when they saw this. He was originally a strong contender for the championship, but he did not expect to fall on the way to the top 8 and to withdraw by forfeiting. This made countless people doubt Chu Hen's strength and methods. Seeing that the first battle was about to begin, the Tensei Prefecture area seemed a little anxious. What's going on? Why isn't Chu Hen here yet? Song Qinglai asked a few of teacher Shi Lan's direct disciples. Oh yes. Li Huiyi hurriedly stood up and replied, Hunter Chung, Chu Hen was with teacher Shi Lan the entire time yesterday. Mentor Shi Lan said that they will arrive before the start of the 4th battle. With Shi Lan, the surrounding people were all startled. It seemed that, in their impression, Shi Lan would never be alone with a student in private. However, the instructors were all smart people, so they could naturally guess the reason behind it. It was likely that Xilan wanted to help Chu Hen break through to the core transformation stage at the most crucial moment, so as to increase their chances of winning the next 2 matches. It's too late to make a last-minute effort. The person who spoke was Yu Yi, the core instructor who had always been dissatisfied with Xilan. We'll find out later whether it's too late or not. Instructor Shadowless smiled slightly. His tone seemed to be biased toward Xilan. He then said, "As for you, Instructor Yu Yi, why are you always arguing with a little girl in her 20s? I don't think Mentor Xilan has offended you." "Humph." Yu Yi snorted coldly and turned his head away. Principal Jiang, who was in charge of the Heavenly Star Academy, was lost in thought when he saw this scene. Ji Xian had secured a fixed spot on the Heaven Roll, and Chu Hen had made it to the top 8 of the Earth Roll. This was enough to prove Shi Lan's teaching ability. With the appearance of the 5 deans and the appearance of the referee, Lu Tong, the atmosphere in the arena continued to rise. All kinds of jubilant applause and cheers swept through the arena like waves. "Shangguanyan, Shangguanyan, Luo Mengchang, Luo Mengchang. Cough, cough. I've just arrived, and I can already feel everyone's eagerness. This shows the charm of our imperial city's 2 great beauties." Ha! Lu Tong began to put on his professional style again. However, it had to be said that everyone was very impressed. An earth-shattering round of applause swept across the arena. All right, I won't say any more nonsense, lest I get despised. Next, let's welcome Imperial Martial Academy's Luo Mengchang and Giant Elephant Martial House's Shangguanyan. I hereby announce that the quarterfinals of the Earth Roll Tournament will now begin. Boom! Waves of cheers continued to rise and erupt, especially for the many male spectators, who were all extremely excited. Luo Mengchang was one of the 4 beauties of the Imperial City. Shangguanyan was also one of the 6 pearls. In the Imperial City, which had a total population of more than 60 million, there was no lack of beautiful women who could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. However, the 4 beauties of the Imperial City and the 6 pearls of the Imperial City were recognized by everyone as the best of the best. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Luo Mengchang, who was wearing a white floral dress, and Shangguanyan, who was wearing a tight red dress, stepped onto the arena from their respective areas. After more than 20 intense battles over the past 2 days, the huge arena was already in a state of devastation. Large and small pits and ravines were everywhere, but this did not affect the mood of the crowd to watch the battles. Luo Mengchang, do your best. We support you. Shangguanyan, you must win. I'm optimistic that you will become the champion. The battle between the 2 beauties on the same stage was like a beautiful scenery, attracting the attention of countless people. Luo Mengchang's temperament was refined, and her beauty could topple cities. She gave off a lively and refreshing feeling. Shangguanyan's aura was relatively indifferent. She had the calmness of Bai Yuyue and the coldness of Long Xuanshuang. In terms of appearance, Luo Mengchang could be said to be extremely beautiful, surpassing any of the women present. However, in terms of aura, it was obvious that Shangguanyan was stronger. Junior Sister Mengchang, please advise me. Shangguanyan's red lips parted slightly as she said lightly. Luo Mengchang smiled faintly. Her bright eyes were especially captivating. I've long heard of Senior Sister Shangguan's name. Now that I've seen you today, you really live up to your reputation. He, in terms of appearance, who in this imperial city can compare to Junior Sister Mengchang. In front of you, I'm also ashamed. Senior Sister, you're praising me as soon as the battle started. I'm embarrassed. Luo Mengchang smiled, and a hint of playfulness appeared between her brows. Although they were opponents, to be honest, Shangguanyan did not feel the slightest bit disgusted. Luo Mengchang's every frown and smile were full of spirituality without the slightest pretense. This could be seen from her eyes. Shangguanyan smiled faintly. Make your move. I'm looking forward to seeing your true strength. Well, senior sister Shangguan, be careful. Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a sword suddenly appeared in Shangguan Yan's palm. The body of the sword seemed to be made of rubies, and its entire body was crystal clear, like a red crystal. Its aura was fierce. Along with a burst of rapid airflow, Shangguan Yan disappeared on the spot with a shio sound as if she had teleported. Her speed was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. What a fast speed! The crowd below the arena exclaimed. It is said that Shangguan Yan's bloodline limit is related to speed. Her speed can be said to be unparalleled among the top 8 contestants. I'm afraid Luo Mengchang is in some trouble. In just a short moment, Shangguan Yan had already appeared on the right side of Luo Mengchang. Her long sword danced, and a bright red glow bloomed. The sword light was like a flowing shadow and directly attacked. Junior sister Mengchang, be careful. The unparalleled speed made everyone in the arena widen their eyes. Could it be that one move was going to decide the outcome of the battle? Bang! The next moment, a sparkling and translucent ice shard splashed and danced in the air, and the cold air scattered in all directions. Everyone was shocked. They saw a thick ice shield suddenly appear on the right side of Luo Mengchang. The sharp sword was embedded in the ice shield, but there was still a small distance between it and Luo Mengchang's body. In the palm of the opponent's right hand, a white rune emitted a bright light. It's the frost sigil. The crowd below the arena exclaimed. Senior sister Shangguan, be careful, Luo Mengchang reminded. Crack! Immediately after, a white frost quickly spread along the opponent's sword toward Shangguan Yan's arm. The bone-chilling coldness caused white steam to rise in the air. Shangguan Yan's cold eyes narrowed, and then a surge of true Yuan power gushed out. Bang! An enormous hidden force violently surged forth. In an instant, the frost that covered the sword was directly shattered into pieces. Immediately after, a powerful sword force erupted, and the ice shield in front of Luo Mengchang was blasted into countless pieces of various sizes. However, just as the sword in Shangguan Yan's hand was about to attack her opponent again, a soft blue light blossomed from Luo Mengchang's body. The blue light was crystal clear, sparkling and rippling under the sunlight. It was actually a water film. Hua! In just an instant, Luo Mengchang completed the conversion from the frost sigil to the water sigil, and a majestic torrent of water surged toward Shangguan Yan like a waterfall. Although Shangguan Yan's sword force was fierce, the resistance caused by the water sigil was also extraordinary. At the moment of resistance, Shangguan Yan raised her wrist slightly and swung her sword upwards. Hiss! A red sword light several meters wide split the waves, and with an unstoppable power, it broke through the torrent of water and slashed towards Luo Mengchang. Chi-chi! However, at this moment, a bright and dazzling lightning pillar lingered around Luo Mengchang's body, and the sigil on her palm turned into a silver lightning sigil. Countless people in the room were shocked by this. In just a blink of an eye, from the frost sigil to the water sigil, and then to the lightning sigil, what kind of control did she have to reach to be able to change it so freely? Luo Mengchang was definitely not an ordinary person. This was the common thought in everyone's mind. Chi-chi! The dozens of lightning pillars that lingered around Luo Mengchang's body shot out, setting off an extremely shocking power, and directly met the red sword light that split the waves. Chapter 217. Boom! Boom! The dozens of lightning pillars around Luo Mengchang's body swept up an extremely shocking power and collided with the red sword light that was splitting the waves. The sharp sword light and the violent lightning pillar collided head-on. Under the especially shocked gazes of everyone present, the red sword light was directly shattered. The dozens of lightning pillars were unstoppable, and the offensive did not decrease as they attacked Shangguan Yan in front of them. Shangguan Yan's pretty face changed slightly. In the face of this extremely destructive lightning power, She did not dare to take it lightly. Her figure moved, and her figure flashed towards the area behind her like a phantom. However, what surprised everyone was that Luo Mingchang's attack did not catch up to Shang Guanyin. In the next moment, the powerful lightning power actually impacted on the water wave that had just erupted from the water curse seal. A large area of water still permeated the surface of the platform and had not yet subsided, and a large area was spread around Shang Guanyin. When the dozens of lightning power impacted on the water, dense electric arcs spread all over the surface of the water. What is she doing? Looking at the manic electric arcs flowing on the water wave that surrounded Shang Guanyin, everyone in the audience was shocked. She's really smart. Using the characteristics of water to fuse with electricity, Shang Guanyin was surrounded on all sides. Amazing. Although this move is very good, more importantly, Luo Mingchang's ability to control the runes is too skilled. She can completely do as she pleases. As everyone knew, when the power of two different runes of different attributes came into contact, they would repel each other. However, this was not the case for Luo Mingchang. The power of the water curse seal had already been removed, and she was now just using the water that had spilled on the platform to fuse with the power of the lightning curse seal. Even so, her way of doing things still caused people to exclaim in admiration. Shang Guanyin was in the central area of the water, and she was surrounded by lightning arcs that crisscrossed in all directions. Senior Sister Shangguan, be careful. Luo Mengchang raised her eyebrows slightly, and a faint smile appeared in her bright eyes. Chi. In an instant, the power of thunder and lightning surrounding Shang Guanyin from all directions quickly interweaved into a net. The net rose high from all directions and whizzed toward Shang Guanyin in the center with the momentum of a cage. A series of heavy thunderstorms exploded in the air. His aura shocked everyone present, stirring up the airflow in all directions. Shang Guanyin's eyes turned cold in the face of the lightning net that was coming at her from all directions. Then, a powerful sword aura gushed out from her body. The astonishing sword aura exuded an unshakable might. Shang Guanyin swung her sword, causing surging sword qi to form a circle that completely repelled the lightning net that pounced towards her. Bang, bang! A series of explosions rang out on the table, and a series of sparks flew out wantonly. In the blink of an eye, Shang Guanyin had resolved the current crisis. All right, just as many of Shang Guanyin's supporters applauded and praised, something unexpected happened. The next second after the lightning net was repelled, a scorching heat wave rose up, and then 4 pillars of fire appeared without warning in the 4 directions of Shang Guanyin. What? This shocking scene immediately caused the audience below the stage to widen their eyes. Luo Mingchang's palms faced each other in front of her. Traces of genuine origin energy lingered around her fair fingers, and in the middle of her palms there was a red, glass-like rune that flickered with resplendent light. This is Lai Fire Rune. Oh my god, it's the 4th type of rune. She has actually mastered the power of 4 runes. In the battle between Luo Mengchang and Baiyue in yesterday's round of 16, the power of the 3 runes of frost, water, and thunder shocked everyone present. They never thought that the other party would actually have a 4th type of rune, especially the tribe members who had been to Xingzhong City before. At this moment, their faces were filled with disbelief. Wei Qingfan, Shen Yunqi, Baiyue, Long Xuanchuang, and Yi Yao, these geniuses who had obtained runes before, could not help but frown slightly, their faces solemn. Others might not know, but they all knew that it was not easy to obtain the power of the illusionary spirit bell. Humph! Hong Lian, who was in the Imperial Martial Academy spectator seats, sneered disdainfully. A group of ignorant fools. Do you really think that Mengchang is just a vase with an empty appearance? Before the All-Academy martial competition, there were indeed some people who did not know the truth that Luo Mengchang was only beautiful and had ordinary talent, but only Hong Lian knew what kind of extraordinary talent Luo Mengchang had. Just based on her ability to control the runes, It was enough to surpass countless people present. Boom! For towering pillars of fire directly blocked Shangguan Yan's path of retreat. Each pillar of fire was 5 to 6 meters wide and 30 meters tall. The scorching heat wave burned the space, causing it to faintly distort. Under Luo Mingchang's control, the 4 pillars of fire all shot toward Shangguan Yan in the center. The raging flames caused the heaven and earth to lose their color. The 4 pillars of fire were like soaring dragons, like dancing dragons, stirring up a monstrous momentum that shook the surroundings. Shangguan Yan's delicate eyebrows slightly knitted, a trace of determination flashing in her eyes. Then an unprecedented powerful sword force erupted from her body. Shangguan Yan pointed the tip of her treasured sword upwards, vertically placing it in front of her. The index and middle fingers of her left hand stretched out, pressing against the sword's body and pushing upwards. Buzz! In an instant, an extremely astonishing transcendent aura instantly surged like a flood, and the treasured sword in Shangguan Yan's hand blossomed with a demonic red light. Then she leaped up, flashing more than 10 meters high in the air. Sword rainbow, dazzling light slash. Along with Shangguan Yan's soft and cold shout, endless red sword shadows blossomed, like a red radiant sun with holy light. Countless red sword shadows were released in all directions like auroras, as if tens of thousands of swords were returning to their origin, illuminating everything with red light. Endless, cold, murderous intent swept in all directions. Thousands of red sword shadows directly launched a frenzied attack on the 4 flood, dragon-like pillars of fire. Boom! In an instant, an incomparably intense energy shock exploded on the arena. Everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as they were filled with the overwhelming flames and aurora-like sword shadows. Fireballs splashed wantonly. Sword energy was released all over the sky. The chaotic and gorgeous scene made countless people's hearts hang in suspense. The heaven and earth changed color, the wind blew, and the clouds surged. Circles of scorching heat waves rolled up the sand and stones on the arena, spreading towards the surrounding spectator seats. With Shangguan Yan at the center, more than half of the arena was enveloped in a curtain of fire. The faces of the spectators were illuminated in red. Many genius students were shocked. Wei Qingfan, Yao Zhan, Xiao Yan, and Long Xuanshuang, who had not yet entered the arena, all had their own thoughts. Sure enough, there were no weaklings in the top 8. In the previous battles, everyone had held back. Sword rainbow, burning sun slash. A cold voice was heard again, and everyone's heartstrings trembled. They saw a sword shadow that was tens of meters wide shoot out, directly splitting the soaring curtain of fire in front of it. In the next moment, Shangguan Yan flew out of the slashed curtain of fire like a swallow returning to its nest. The powerful sword aura directly locked Luo Mengchang in front of her. Junior sister Mengchang, I'm afraid I've won this battle. Shangguan Yan's speed was extremely fast, flashing a series of afterimages in the air. She pointed her sword at Luo Mengchang in front of her, and circles of dense red sword patterns lingered up and down. However, Luo Mengchang's elegant and refined face did not have the slightest hint of panic, and the corners of her small mouth curled up into a slight smile. That's not necessarily the case. As soon as she finished speaking, Shangguan Yan's sword had already arrived in front of her, but just as the tip of the sword was about to touch Luo Mengchang, there was a swoosh sound. Everyone only saw an illusory flowing shadow flash in front of them, and Luo Mengchang disappeared on the spot like a phantom. Her speed was not inferior to Shangguan Yan's at all. What? Sung! Shangguan Yan's sword pierced the air, causing a crisp metallic sound. Immediately after, the entire competition area fell into an incomparable silence. Luo Mengchang, who had retreated to the area behind Shangguan Yan, had long hair and clothes fluttering, showing off her peerless beauty. And in front of her, A green seal rune was suspended in the air, with a glaze-like luster that stung the eyes of countless people. "Oh my God, that's the Gale's seal!" A trembling voice came from one of the spectator seats. Boom! Following that, the entire audience was in an uproar, and everyone's face showed a strong sense of disbelief. Damn, 5 types of seal runes! At this moment, even the deans of the various martial houses could no longer maintain their composure. One by one, they secretly shook their heads, with a look of amazement on their faces. On the special viewing platform in the north, Imperial Wind Academy's Dean Yen looked at Imperial Martial Academy's Guan Du mockingly. "Humph, you really hit it well. There's such a talented genius. But you actually didn't release any news." "Haha." Guan Du smiled indifferently with a little pride. "Actually, I didn't know about this." "Pretend, continue pretending. This time I really didn't pretend. Although this girl came to my Imperial Martial Academy at the age of 14, she has always been very quiet and low-key. I only got to know about her situation from Teacher Red Lotus yesterday." Humph. The other deans did not believe Guan Du's words at all, and no longer cared about it. In the arena, Shangguan Yan's jade-like hand clenched the long sword in her hand, and her gaze towards Luo Mengchang was still cautious. However, Luo Mengchang suddenly dispersed the Gale seal in her palm, and her aura also converged. "What's the meaning of this?" Shangguan Yan asked. Luo Mengchang gently let out a sigh of relief, shook her head, and said, "If the fight continues, I don't know when it will end. It's a little troublesome. The victory of this match will be counted as senior sister Shangguan's victory." As soon as these words came out, the entire audience immediately went into an uproar. Luo Mengchang actually chose to admit defeat. It seemed like the other party was not at a disadvantage. Other than Hong Lian, the rest of the people were very puzzled. "You're giving the victory to me?" Shangguan Yan slightly frowned. Chapter 218. "I've been fighting for so many days, and I'm so annoyed. Even if I win against you, I don't want to continue," Luo Mengchang said helplessly. Seeing that the other party did not look like she was lying, Shangguan Yan's aura also disappeared. She looked at Luo Mengchang with a faint smile. "I thought I was the only one who was bored. So you're the same." Luo Mengchang was slightly stunned. "To be honest, I'm not sure if I can beat you. Although I haven't done my best, you're the same." From the beginning, Luo Mengchang had only used the power of 5 kinds of runes and had not used any other power. It could be seen that she had not exerted her full strength. Shangguan Yan continued, "So, neither of us has lost this match. Let's consider it a draw. What do you think?" A draw? Luo Mengchang was not the only one who was stunned. Even the audience was surprised. "Well, Senior Shangguan, you don't have to be so serious," Luo Mengchang said. Shangguan Yan shook her head. Her gaze swept across Wei Qingfan, Yao Zhan, Xiao Yan, and the others who had yet to enter the stage. Before replying, "The top 8 are more or less enough. My goal isn't the Earth List Tournament, but the Heavenly List Tournament." Hearing this, Luo Mengchang immediately understood. It turned out that Shangguan Yan wanted to keep more of her trump cards to deal with the Heaven List battle in the future. Although the champion of the Earth List was important, there were still geniuses like Wei Qingfan and Yao Zhan blocking the way. Since the chances of winning the championship were not high, it was better to have a backup plan to deal with the later difficulties. Ahem. The host judge, Lu Tong, spoke at this time and said loudly, "Both of you, before you choose a draw, I need to remind you that a draw means that neither of you will be able to advance to the next round. In other words, once both of you leave the arena, there will only be 6 contestants left." After hearing what Lu Tong said, Shangguan Yan and Luo Mengchang looked at each other and nodded. The former said firmly, "I forfeit." "I forfeit too," Luo Mengchang continued. Wow, there was a commotion in the audience. They did not expect such an exciting match to end with both of them forfeiting. Of course, The beauty's choice was right regardless of whether it was reasonable or not. Shang Guanyin and Luo Mingshang both won overwhelming applause from the audience. If that's the case, then I announce that the first battle between Emperor Wu, Luo Mengchang, and Giant Elephant Shang Guanyin is a draw. Next, we'll directly enter the top 6 ranking battles. Lu Tong announced loudly. The top 8 became the top 6. This might not necessarily be a bad thing for the other contestants. Everyone knew the strength of Shang Guanyin and Luo Mengchang. This was equivalent to having 2 less strong competitors for the championship. Then I'll go back, Luo Mengchang said with a faint smile. Her eyes were curved, and she looked very cute. Shang Guanyin nodded slightly and continued, If we meet again in the Heaven List tournament, I won't go easy on you. Me too. Luo Mingshang's bright eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness. She then retreated from the arena and returned to the spectator seats of the Imperial Martial Academy. Shang Guanyin also returned to the Giant Elephant Martial House's area. After the first battle ended, the atmosphere in the arena rose again. Tensei Prefecture's Xiao Yan had already stood up from his seat. It's my turn to go on stage. On the Bright Moon Academy's side, Long Xuanxuang was also ready. Let's not waste any more time. Let's welcome Heavenly Star Xiao Yan and Haoyue Long Xuanxuang, the 2 geniuses. Together with Lu Tong's especially impassioned voice, the fiery atmosphere continued to play out. Under the cheering gazes of the audience, Xiao Yan and Long Xuanxuang ascended the arena one after another. Senior brother Xiao Yan will win. If he wins this battle, he will enter the top 3. Xiao Yan will win. Heavenly Star is mighty. The students of Tensei Prefecture were abnormally lively. Xiao Yan's victory or defeat was very crucial. If he could win, Heavenly Star would occupy the top 3 of the Earth list. This was definitely a symbol of Heavenly Star's rise. Junior Sister Xuanxuang, I've heard a lot about you. Xiao Yan smiled gently. Long Xuanxuang nodded slightly, which counted as a greeting. Nice to meet you. I heard that Junior Sister Xuanxuang is Junior Brother Chu Hen's second sister. If he was here, he would probably be conflicted about who to support. Long Xuanxuang did not say much and replied concisely, Senior Brother Xiao Yan, please. After all, I entered the academy a year earlier than you. You should go first. Since that's the case, then forgive me for offending you. As the voice fell, a cold and overbearing profound qi directly poured out from Long Xuanxuang's body. In an instant, the temperature of the entire arena suddenly dropped. With Long Xuanxuang as the center, layers of ice crystal snowflakes spread out on the arena. The audience was secretly shocked. The profound qi that Long Xuanxuang mastered was much more overbearing than the frost curse seal. Swish! In the next instant, a cloud of white cold qi condensed into an ice arrow. The ice arrow shot out like a stream of light, dragging a powerful wave of air behind it as it headed straight for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he felt the bone-piercing chill. After watching the competition for the past 2 days, he could confirm that Long Xuanxuang's cultivation was much stronger than her brother Long Qingyang's. Buzz! Xiao Yan condensed his palm, and a thick red light wrapped around his right arm. He clenched his fist and punched out with a surging fist force. With a bang, the ice arrow was shattered in front of everyone. The shattered ice arrow blossomed into a scattered wave of air. When the wave of air landed on Xiao Yan's arm, it directly penetrated the defensive layer of True Yuan and directly penetrated his flesh. What a domineering cold qi! Xiao Yan was secretly shocked. He could not help but underestimate his opponent. Swoosh! At the same time, Long Xuanxuang had already seized the initiative. She gracefully flashed in his direction, and as she moved, a spiral-shaped white vortex quickly condensed in her fair hand. In the blink of an eye, a solid ice sword appeared in her palm. Long Xuanxuang's wrist danced lightly, and the ice sword that was surrounded by circles of white ripples stabbed directly at Xiao Yan. Junior sister Xuan, good movement technique. I admire you. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently and waved his hand to send a blade of air slashing down. Then he did a few backflips and retreated more than 10 meters away. The cold qi on his opponent's body was too overbearing. If he got too close, it would be like standing next to an iceberg, and he would be at a great disadvantage. Bang! The red blade of air and the white ice sword collided, and the space trembled slightly, stirring up a circle of residual air vortex. Before Xiao Yan could think of a way to deal with it, the aura released by Long Xuan directly increased by several times. A white stream of air was released from Long Xuan's body and spread toward Xiao Yan in front of her. The white stream of air extended along the ground, and wherever it went, the platform was frozen into ice. When it arrived in front of Xiao Yan, the stream of air rose like a stormy wave and then separated from the middle, circling Xiao Yan from the left and right. In the instant that it attacked Xiao Yan, two masses of white cold qi directly condensed into sharp ice cones on the left and right, stabbing toward the opponent. Looking from a distance, it looked like a ferocious beast opened its huge mouth full of fangs to bite Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed, and he retreated again. However, Long Xuan's offensive was getting stronger and stronger. Ice cones that were like the fangs of a giant beast extended out, constantly chasing after Xiao Yan. Chi! Sharp ice sculptures appeared on the platform, and Xiao Yan was directly reduced to a state of dodging, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. The high speed of the battle made the hearts of the audience hang in the air. Not only was Xiao Yan unable to breathe a sigh of relief, but even the audience held their breaths in their chest. This Long Xuan is really powerful, a student from Tensei Prefecture said. Of course, don't you know whose sister she is? By the way, why isn't junior brother Chu Hen here yet? He should be here soon. In the blink of an eye, the entire platform had already been covered with more than a dozen ice sculptures emitting cold air. Each ice sculpture looked like a man-eating flower with its huge mouth open. Junior sister Xuan, if you do this, it will consume a lot of true essence. Xiao Yan said in a somewhat relaxed manner. Although he was almost pierced by those ice cones several times, at least he had consumed a lot of true essence from Long Xuan. However, there was no change in Long Xuan's expression. She slowly raised her left hand, and her slender fingers instantly formed a seal. Her red lips slightly opened, and she coldly shouted, "Explode!" Boom! As his voice faded, under countless astonished gazes, all the ice sculptures on the stage directly shattered into pieces. More than a dozen ice sculptures around Xiao Yan exploded, and in an instant, a monstrous wave of cold air filled the entire arena. What was even more shocking was that after all the ice crystals shattered, they attacked Xiao Yan from all directions, up, down, left, and right from different angles. The thick, white cold air seemed to want to freeze and crack the space. Looking at the magnificent scene in front of them, the crowd below the stage was shocked. It turned out that Long Xuan had been preparing this attack from the beginning. The reason why she had continuously created so many ice sculptures without caring about the consumption of true essence was to surround Xiao Yan. The dense ice crystal fragments covered the sky and covered the earth as they surged toward Xiao Yan. As they moved, the ice crystal fragments condensed into sharp weapons. The strength of the attack was unstoppable. The range was so large that there was nowhere to hide. In the face of such a threatening attack, Xiao Yan's brows were filled with a strong sense of seriousness. Boom! Immediately after, a powerful red light erupted from his body like a torrent, and the scorching heat wave and the ice fragments wantonly blended together. Xiao Yan clenched his hands into fists, and a vigorous flame surged in his eyes. Chapter 219. Light of raging flames, along with Xiao Yan's loud roar, a torrent-like red light erupted from his body. Xiao Yan clenched his hands into fists as restless flames surged in his eyes. In the next instant, a red halo, with Xiao Yan at the center, spread out in all directions like ripples on the surface of water. Rumble! The raging might swept away an army of 1,000 like a blanket. The sharp icicles that came from all directions collided with the condensed halo and were directly shattered into powder. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Under numerous shocked gazes, Xiao Yan's aura soared into the sky. Circles of red halo intertwined with each other and rapidly rotated. The stone tiles on the ground crumbled inch by inch as dense and deep cracks spread out like a spider web. Junior sister Xuan, be careful. I'm going to counterattack. A confident smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. The airflow on the entire stage became abnormally chaotic as endless true yuan rapidly converged and blended together. Xiao Yan clasped his palms together. Immediately after, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of a few hundred meters surged into his body. Feeling the powerful energy fluctuations emitted from Xiao Yan's body, Long Xuan's beautiful eyes turned slightly cold. She gently raised her arms as the mysterious ice chi that was several times stronger than before gushed out of her body. In an instant, the huge battle stage was occupied by two powerful true yuan energies. One was a torrential red light. The other was a surging white cold air. At this moment, the hearts of the audience were hanging in their throats, especially those from the Heavenly Star Martial House and the Bright Moon Academy. At this critical juncture, who would be able to seize victory in this match? For the academies behind them, this was a particularly important game. Buzz, buzz! A terrifying aura continuously gathered above Xiao Yan's head, following which he raised his arms above his head as a condensed beam of light followed his arms and pierced through the air. The red beam of light became increasingly powerful as circles of flowing light wrapped around the beam and rapidly rotated. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the red beam of light directly transformed into a giant blade. His domineering aura suppressed the entire area. Xiao Yan swung his arms downwards, and the terrifying gigantic saber slashed towards Long Xuan with a force that could split a mountain. Furious flame, cut! The raging power pressed down like a mountain, and a mighty destructive aura surged over. Long Xuan's peerlessly beautiful face revealed a serious expression. At the same time, her ice yen qi was released like a cold current. Screech! Along with a resounding phoenix cry, a huge ice phoenix phantom soared into the sky from the boundless, profound ice chi. The ice phoenix exuded a powerful aura that seemed to look down on all things, giving off the feeling that it was a living creature. The wings flapped, causing the space to tremble, and a bone-chilling cold rushed towards the audience in all directions. Countless people felt a strong sense of oppression. Ice Soul, Ice Phoenix dance! Ice Soul, Ice Phoenix dance. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but recall the move that Qingyang had used against Shen Yunqi a few days ago. Bone Flame, Dance of the Flaming Dragon, had also shocked everyone. But in comparison, the power that Long Xuan had released was clearly much stronger than Long Qingyang's. Soon after, under the astonished gazes of the audience, the giant red blade and the ice phoenix phantom clashed head-on. Boom! The deafening noise was like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. These two frightening forces were comparable to two mountains that traversed the sky, colliding with each other. Incomparably violent energy shock waves wantonly blended and spread out. The sky turned dark and the ground turned dark. A violent gale suddenly rose. The powerful shock waves caused countless deep cracks and ravines to appear on the surface of the stage. Accompanied by a heavy and violent sound, the giant blade image and the ice phoenix image exploded in the air above the arena, and chaotic energy splashed in all directions. A huge red and white cyclone rushed into the sky. Everyone from the Heavenly Star Martial House and the Bright Moon Academy stood up from their seats. Each and every one of them frowned with a dignified look on their faces. Even Principal Jiang of the Heavenly Star Academy and Principal Wei of the Hallyu Academy were moved at this moment. The restless air was mixed with a chilly chill as it filled the air. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two young figures on the stage. Xiao Yan's entire body was surrounded by a red glow, and Long Xuanchuang was surging with ice yen qi. The power that the two had displayed made the contestants behind them take it seriously. However, just as the audience thought that the two were about to enter the decisive moment, the aura that Xiao Yan was emitting suddenly disappeared. Haha, junior sister Xuanchuang, if we continue to fight like this, we might get hurt. Your junior brother Chu Hen's sister, and I'm his senior brother. It won't be good for either of us to hurt the other. Why don't we stop this match and end it in a draw? Another draw? Wow. The entire arena was in an uproar. 2 draws in a row was not what the audience wanted to see. However, Long Xuanchuang was a smart woman. She naturally understood that Xiao Yan's choice was not to show weakness to her. Last year, Xiao Yan first chopped off one of Huang Wu Tongfei's arms, and then dragged his seriously injured body to fight with Xin Yunqi. It could be said that Xiao Yan was very intimidating when he was ruthless. It ended in a draw. Xiao Yan also preserved each other's dignity, as well as the faces of the 2 great academies, Heavenly Star and Bright Moon. Long Xuanchuang did not hesitate too much. She nodded slightly and replied softly, "As you said, this match is a draw." In the end, it ended in a draw. The audience let out a long sigh. First, it was Shangguan Yan and Luo Mingshang, and now it was Xiao Yan and Long Xuanchuang. In other words, there were only 4 contestants left in the ranking battle of the Earth list. This also meant that today's battle for the quarterfinals had directly evolved into a quarterfinals battle for the quarterfinals. Plans really could not keep up with the changes, and the competition schedule was directly shortened by half. Lu Tong, who was specially set up in the north, let out a long sigh of relief. Then he raised his arms and announced in a clear voice, "In this arena, every contestant has the right to choose. I announce that Heavenly Star Xiao Yan and Bright Moon Long Xuanchuang. It is a draw. A draw." Although there were too many people who felt that it was a pity, the audience still applauded incessantly. Seeing that the 2 contestants had left the arena, Lu Tong continued to control the atmosphere in the arena. All right, actually I did not expect this either. Next, the Earth List Battle of the Academy Tournament will directly enter the semi-finals. Then, among the remaining 4 contestants, who will be able to enter the finals and become the champion of the Earth List. Let us wait and see. First, let us invite the 2 most popular contestants, Wei Qingfan of Imperial Style and Qin Lu of Leiting, onto the arena. Rumble. The atmosphere that was still slightly silent just now was like a volcano that had erupted in an instant. The entire arena erupted in cheers. Wei Qingfan, Wei Qingfan. Wei Qingfan, champion. Without a doubt, Wei Qingfan was currently the most popular candidate to become the champion. Even Yao Zhan was slightly inferior to him. As for Qin Lu of Leiting Martial House, he was a tall and stocky young man. Apart from Tensei Prefecture, Qin Lu was the only contestant from an ordinary high-ranked martial house to enter the semi-finals. Although his appearance was extremely imposing, standing in front of Wei Qingfan, he was still much weaker. "Ha! Do you want to get off the arena yourself? Or do you want me to help you?" Wei Qingfan crossed his arms in front of him, a mocking smile hanging on his lips. Qin Lu clenched his fists, a cold light surging in his eyes. "Humph, Wei Qingfan, don't be too arrogant." "Ha! Then it seems that you have chosen the latter." Wei Qingfan's face flashed with a ruthless coldness. The first round of the semi-finals will now begin. Tensei Prefecture. The warm and beautiful sunlight shone through the branches of the red maple tree, illuminating the body of the young youth. An entire day had already passed. The other party was still quietly sitting in his original position, like a boulder. A light breeze blew a red leaf. Not far away, a beautiful girl with long purple hair, under the illumination of the sunlight, was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. For the entire day, Shilan had not left this place, not even by a single step. That absolutely beautiful face was somewhat weak and pale. Strange, he should have woken up long ago. Shilan's red lips moved slightly, muttering to herself. At this moment, there was a slight tremor in the air. Following this, the power of the wave of air became increasingly strong. The space faintly trembled, and a huge wave of aura spread out like a wave. Shilan's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, a trace of ripple appearing in her soft as water eyes. Immediately, the eyes of the youth, who had been silent for the entire day, opened. A fierce light shot out from his eyes, and a completely different temperament was revealed. Buzz, buzz! Rings of dust and leaves were startled by Chu Hen's side. He let out a long sigh of relief, and the aura he emitted quickly retracted. His handsome face faintly raised into a faint arc. Mentor! Shilan smiled slightly. Mentor, what's wrong? Chu Hen got up, but saw that the other party's face was very pale, who knew that the Celestial Sacred Heart technique would cause the user to enter a period of weakness, and Shilan had been guarding Chu Hen here for the entire day, and was tired and weak. I'm fine, hurry to the competition area. I'll help you back to rest first, Chu Hen said resolutely. It's too late. Shilan shook her head. Now that 2 matches had probably ended, Chu Hen had to rush to the competition area as soon as possible. But seeing that Chu Hen was not at ease, Shilan hesitated for a moment, then said, I'll go with you to the competition area. But your body? It's fine. I'll recover very soon. Subsequently, Chu Hen and Shilan left the courtyard of Tensei Prefecture one after another. The warm sunlight shone on his face, and Chu Hen's face was faintly transparent. He looked up at the azure blue sky, a pair of pitch-black eyes as bright as the stars. Wei Qingfan, Chu Hen, am here. Chapter 220. Wei Qingfan will definitely win. Wei Qingfan will definitely win. In the competition zone for the Earth List Tournament, the atmosphere in the arena was filled with all sorts of earth-shattering excitement. On the arena, Wei Qingfan of Imperial Wind and Lei Ting's Qinlu were fighting for the top 4 position. Wei Qingfan had completely dominated his opponent, gaining the upper hand. Qin Lu had been clenching his teeth the entire time, doing his utmost to defend. As the most popular candidate to win this year's Earth List, Wei Qingfan's popularity was extremely high. Amidst the stormy atmosphere, the instructors and students of the Heavenly Star Martial House appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy at this moment. What's going on? Why isn't Chu Hen here yet? That's right. The 3rd match is about to end. Could it be that he's not coming? It shouldn't be. Teacher, Shilan has never had any problems before. Other than the Tensei Prefecture side, people like Yu Qinyu, Long Xuanxuang, and Yi Yao were also constantly paying attention to the situation over here. The delayed appearance of Chu Hen inevitably caused some confusion to rise in their hearts. Death Wheel of the Sun. Boom! At this moment, a berserk energy fluctuation blossomed and exploded on the arena. The endless golden light was like the brilliance of the sun as a vast and mighty, frightening aura swept out. Under the attack of the flood-like energy, a miserable figure spat out a mouthful of blood as he was blasted off the stage. Boom! In an instant, the already noisy atmosphere in the competition area was ignited once again. Countless people in the audience stood up and applauded. Wei Qingfan, champion. Congratulations to senior brother Wei Qingfan for entering the top 2. Wei Qingfan mighty. An earth-shattering applause resounded throughout the competition grounds. No one took another glance at Qinlu, who was lying below the stage and covered in blood. Everyone's attention was completely focused on Wei Qingfan's body. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, He was as dazzling as a resplendent star in the night sky. Haha, looks like our king of popularity did not disappoint everyone. Lu Tong raised both his arms as he announced, "Congratulations to Emperor Wind Wei Qingfan for being the first to enter the top 2. The applause was thunderous, and even the ground of the competition zone was faintly shaking. In the imperial-style spectator seats, Yi Yu looked at Wei Qingfan, who was like a moon surrounded by stars. A faint gentleness gushed out from her eyes. The displeasure and gloom that had been shrouding her heart for the past 2 days had also gradually dissipated. No matter what, Wei Qingfan was indeed an extremely outstanding person. No matter if it was strength or family background, it wasn't something that person could compare to. However, today's 3 battles had ended, and that person still hadn't appeared. When she recalled the vicious words Yao Zhan had said yesterday, that he would definitely defeat Chu Hen within 10 moves, this caused Yi Yu to wonder if that person was afraid and didn't dare to come. If that was the case, then he really couldn't be compared to Wei Qingfan at all. On the arena, the corners of Wei Qingfan's mouth curled up, and a wisp of a frivolous and indifferent arc appeared on his face. Then his gaze swept towards Yao Zhan in the Imperial Martial Academy spectator seats, not concealing the provocation and frivolity in his eyes. Yao Zhan replied with a cold smile, then stood up from his seat. "It's my turn. Then next will be the final battle of the day. I would like to invite the 2 geniuses, Imperial Martial Academy Yao Zhan and Heavenly Star Chu Hen, onto the arena." Along with Lu Tong's words, the cheers and thunderous applause once again stacked upon each other. Yao Zhan had a playful smile on his face as he walked onto the arena. At the same time, Wei Qingfan just happened to come down, and the 2 couldn't help but brush past each other. A cold gust of wind blew. "Perform well. Don't disappoint me, hee." Wei Qingfan indifferently sneered. "Huh." Yao Zhan's eyes narrowed, and he replied with a frivolous, playful smile. "Just you wait. After I kill him, it'll be your turn." "Interesting. I'm just afraid you'll die prematurely." "Humph, just wait and see." Then one of the 2 returned to the arena, while the other returned to the spectator seats. "Senior Brother Qingfan is amazing. Haha, the champion of the Earth list is in the bag." "That's right. That Yao Zhan is nothing in front of Senior Brother Qingfan." The surrounding people all came forward to flatter him. Wei Qingfan raised his brows slightly, then looked at Yi Yu, who was sitting beside him, and asked, "Are you feeling better?" Yi Yu smiled, indicating that she was fine. "Don't worry, that trash won't be able to get past Yao Zhan," Wei Qingfan said disdainfully. Yi Yu didn't say anything, but a trace of coldness flowed out from her eyes. Yi Yao couldn't help but frown. Hearing Wei Qingfan call Chu Hen trash made her really unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Yu was in a bad mood, Yao would definitely have scolded him back. However, almost 20 seconds passed, and there was still only Yao Zhan on the arena. What's going on? Where's Chu Hen? Everyone's gaze swept towards the area where the Tensei Prefecture was located. They saw that the faces of the Heavenly Star Academy students and mentors were also filled with confusion. Everyone in the room looked at each other in dismay. Then all kinds of low and deep voices of discussion rose continuously. "Don't tell me he doesn't dare to come." "Who knows? Could it be that he was scared by Yao Zhan's fierce words yesterday?" "That's too cowardly. I really wonder how he won against Shin Yunxi." The spectator seats in the competition area became more and more chaotic. Shan Yunxi, who was in the consonant's martial houses area, frowned, and his pale face, which had yet to recover from his serious injuries, was faintly surging with some complicated emotions. Bright Moon Academy's Long Xuan Xuan, Giant Elephant Martial House's Yuchenyu, and a few others were all confused. According to Chu Hen's character, it was impossible for him to miss such a crucial match. It's fine if he forfeits. That monster Yao Zhan is too disgusting. Yu Chenyu muttered to herself. Where is contestant Chu Hen? The host judge Lu Tong asked loudly. No one answered. Tensei prefectures, Principal Jiang, Song Qinglai, and the others were all anxious. If they had known earlier, they would have sent someone back to the academy to take a look. At least they wouldn't be in such a state where they couldn't go up or down. Lu Tong frowned slightly and then said, "If contestant Chu Hen still doesn't come up on stage, it will be counted as a forfeit." "Damn, what's going on? That's too weak." "Don't wait anymore. I strongly request that he be disqualified. Senior brother Yao Zhan will win." Congratulations to senior brother Yao Zhan for entering the top 2. He clearly doesn't have the guts. Announce the results of the match. The audience once again set off a clamor of noise, and all sorts of curses and insults could be heard. Yao Zhan stood on the stage, the corners of his mouth curling into a casual and playful smile. Strange. Imperial Martial Academy's area, Luo Mingshan, who was sitting beside Red Lotus, pursed her lips, and her beautiful eyes were also filled with a hint of confusion. The curses from below the stage were unceasing, and they were getting more and more unpleasant. Imperial Style's Wei Qingfan laughed, and his laughter was especially sarcastic. "I think I overestimated him. Turns out he's not only a piece of trash, but also a coward." "Shut up! You're not allowed to scold big brother Chu Hen." Yi Yao was a little angry, and she angrily glared and scolded. "Little Yao," Yi Yu shouted coldly. "Sister, the facts are in front of us. There's nothing to argue about," Yi Yu said indifferently. In the blink of an eye, nearly 30 seconds had passed. There was no one coming in from the entrances of the various entrances. "Don't waste any more time. Manager Lu Tong, you can announce the results." "That's right, disqualify that coward." The audience was indignant. Even when Shen Yunqi forfeited yesterday, no one was this dissatisfied. Yao Zhan gently raised his arms, and his expression was full of pride, as if he was announcing his victory. Lu Tong turned around and exchanged glances with the 5 deans, then nodded his head, and his vigorous and loud voice echoed throughout the large competition area. "Time's up. According to the rules of the competition, anyone who misses the match will be treated as forfeiting." Lu Tong paused, then continued, "I hereby announce that the winner of this match is Buzz." However, before Lu Tong could finish his sentence, a piercingly cold gust of air suddenly assaulted them. The sand and dust on the ground were stirred up, and a red maple leaf that appeared out of nowhere quietly floated down from the stage. Countless people present could clearly feel an indescribable pressure. Swoosh! Then a hurried sound of something breaking through the wind was transmitted to everyone's ears. Everyone's eyes widened, and their hearts trembled, only to see a blurry shadow pass by. Chapter 221. Buzz, a powerful gust of wind, swept across the arena. Looking at the young figure that had suddenly appeared on the arena, everyone could not help but be shocked. In an instant, the clamor of cursing stopped abruptly. The eyes of Long Xuanchuang, Yu Qinyu, Yi Yao, and the crowd from Tensei Prefecture lit up. Wei Qingfan, Yi Yu, Xin Yunqi, and the rest of the people from Tensei Prefecture were stunned. Although it had only been a day, everyone could feel that the aura emitted by the young figure was different from before. As for what was different, no one could tell. Subsequently, under the different gazes of the crowd, the young figure slowly raised his head. His firm and handsome face looked as if it was carved by a carving knife. His deep gaze fell directly on Yao Zhan, who was standing in front of him. "Are you the one who said you would defeat me in 10 moves?" His indifferent voice was as calm as the water in a well, without the slightest change in his emotions. A cold smile appeared on Yao Zhan's face. "In the end, you still came. I thought you were going to be a coward." A bleak, cold wind blew past. Some of the people who had not recovered from their shock subconsciously shrank their necks. At this time, Lu Tong felt that he could not interrupt, so he did not say anything. Like the others, he temporarily became a spectator. "You can make your move now," Chu Hen said indifferently. Arrogant. Silent arrogance. A guy at the 9th level of the element opening stage dared to ask a 3rd level core transformation stage expert to make the first move? This was the first time such a thing had happened in the All-Academy martial competition. The crowd, who had recovered from their shock, snorted disdainfully at Chu Hen. So what if he makes it here? How can he be a match for senior brother Yao Zhan? Senior brother Yao Zhan will definitely win. Not to mention 10 moves. Even 5 moves will be enough to take his life. Yao Zhan sneered as an eerie aura surged out. Hee, as you wish. Boom! In the next instant, a tremendous power erupted from Yao Zhan's body. The surging blood-red light was like a torrent that surged toward Chu Hen. The blood-red glow was divided into 2, like a waterfall that had split into 2. It circled around Chu Hen's back from the left and the right, surrounding Chu Hen from all directions, blocking all of Chu Hen's escape routes. A chilly gale blew furiously, causing sand and stones to fly around the arena. The airflow in every inch of the arena became extremely chaotic. The blood-red light filled the air around Chu Hen, forming an encirclement. A steady stream of true essence surged towards Chu Hen. It seemed that Chu Hen was like a small boat in a storm, in danger of being swallowed up by the waves at any time. "Hey, what's up? You don't dare to move anymore?" Yao Zhan laughed sinisterly. Surrounded by the endless red light, Chu Hen's expression didn't change. He didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Whoosh! The swift and fierce demon slayer's spear appeared in his hand, and a piercingly cold aura rose from his body. However, Yao Zhan didn't seem to plan on giving Chu Hen any strength to struggle. The boundless aura that overflowed the heavens once again completely exploded. Along with the dense and cold air current, a blood-marked python that was as thick as a water tank suddenly rushed out from the endless blood-red haze. "Oh my God!" Looking at the ferocious, blood-red python, everyone in the arena revealed a look of horror. This was the first time that Yao Zhan had displayed such a terrifying power. Could it be that he planned to kill Chu Hen in one move? The blood-red python soared into the sky, exuding a frightening and vicious aura of a fierce beast. Long Xuan Xuan, Yu Qinyu, Li Hui, He Qingyuan, and the others all had solemn expressions, showing a little worry. Yi Yao's small hands tightly grasped the corner of her clothes. She gritted her teeth and her heart was in her throat. "Hey, let's end it in one move." Yao Zhan smiled sinisterly, his cold pupils faintly vertical. Boom! In the next instant, the blood-red python with a terrifying aura directly pounced toward Chu Hen with a violent aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The ferocious attack stirred up the airflow in all directions. The furious pressure was as if a mountain was pressing down, and all of it rushed towards Chu Hen. Everyone present was extremely shocked, not to mention Chu Hen, who was only at the 9th level of the element opening stage. Even an expert at the 3rd level of the core transformation stage would not be able to escape the fate of being heavily injured or even killed by Yao Zhan's attack. The crowd couldn't figure out how Chu Hen was able to block this destructive power. They couldn't figure out why Chu Hen was still able to stand there with a calm expression. Rumble. However, it was also at this moment that a heavy thunderous sound exploded in everyone's ears. Immediately after, a vast and raging aura directly rushed out from Chu Hen's body. The crowd was startled. Anyone could clearly feel that Chu Hen's aura actually surpassed the 9th level of the element opening stage. He broke through to the core transformation stage. How is this possible? Isn't this too fast? Before the crowd could recover from their bewilderment, Chu Hen's aura continuously increased, and surging true origin energy surged out from his body. Immediately after, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a hazy white figure that was 50 to 60 meters tall suddenly appeared behind Chu Hen. The silhouette of the figure was similar to that of a human, but there was a pair of bat wings on the back of the figure. Endless, violent, and murderous aura was emitted from the figure. It gave off the feeling that it was like a devil's shadow. This move again, the move that defeated Shen Yunxi. The crowd that had witnessed the battle between Chu Hen and Shen Yunxi could not help but exclaim in surprise. Shen Yunxi furrowed his brows and clenched his fists. Yu Qinyu, who had seen this move before, was so shocked that her small mouth opened slightly. Her face was filled with astonishment. She remembered that when Chu Hen used this move, the devil's shadow was only in its 20s. Now, the devil's shadow that appeared in front of them had directly increased by 2 to 3 times. Buzz! Buzz! Circles of white light gathered in the devil's right hand in a spiral manner and instantly transformed into a giant spear that was taller than the devil's body. The space trembled, and the peerlessly domineering aura shook all directions. Immediately after, Chu Hen directly raised the demon-punishing spear in his hand and sent it out. The devil's shadow behind him also brandished the giant spear and directly attacked the giant blood-patterned python that was flying in front of him. Demon-punishing spear. Boom! In an instant, 2 incomparably violent and terrifying forces fiercely collided with each other. The spear's shadow and the blood python collided head-on, and the entire battle stage directly fell into an incomparably chaotic turmoil. The surging waves of power were comparable to the eruption of 2 mountain torrents, and the vigorous energy waves swept in all directions. The sky turned dark and the space trembled. Crisscrossing cracks rapidly spread on the stage surface, and the gravel shattered inch by inch, dancing in the air, and then was shattered into pieces by the domineering energy waves. Everyone's eyes were filled with deep astonishment. Damn! 3rd level of the core transformation realm. A trembling voice came from the spectators' stands. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in everyone's ears. The shocking energy that Chu Hen emitted had clearly reached the level of the 3rd level of the core transformation realm. Wei Qingfan, Shen Yunxi, Xiao Yan by Yu Yue, Long Xuanchuang, Shang Guanyan, Luo Mingshang, and many other geniuses all turned pale with fright. Their faces were filled with deep disbelief. It was obvious that when he fought with Yi Yu the day before yesterday, Chu Hen was only at the 9th level of the element opening realm. How long had it been? He had directly soared to the 3rd level of the core transformation realm. What kind of miraculous elixir would have such an effect on him to jump 3 levels in a row? The most shocking thing was that Chu Hen's true origin energy was very solid, and it did not seem like it was formed by the accumulation of elixirs at all. Could it be that he had been hiding his strength all this time? All kinds of speculations appeared in everyone's minds. Only the people from Tensei Prefecture could not help but turn their attention to Shilan, who was standing at the entrance of the competition area. Since yesterday, Chu Hen and Shilan had been together, which meant that Chu Hen's continuous jump of 3 levels was most likely related to Shilan. Shock! Apart from shock, there was more shock. Boom! Immediately after, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the long spear in the hands of the tyrannical demonic figure behind Chu Hen tilted downwards. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people that were filled with shock, the unstoppable sharp spear image forcibly shattered the blood-striped python. What? Waves of red qi wantonly spread out, causing the audience to turn pale with fright. Yao Zhan's face also revealed an unprecedented look of fear and shock. Bang! The incomparably domineering spear's shadow penetrated the overlapping waves of red true origin energy like a hot knife through butter, and then hit Yao Zhan's body solidly. The powerful lethality surged, and Yao Zhan felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His chest suddenly caved in, and a large mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Under countless, incredulous gazes, Yao Zhan was directly sent flying off the stage. He drew a long parabola in the air and then heavily smashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Silence. Unprecedented silence. The huge competition area and the dense crowd fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expression was almost the same at this moment, dumbfounded and their eyes wide open. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them was real. However, Yao Zhan, who had fallen off the stage, covered in blood, and his aura was extremely weak, was a piercing pain to the eyes of countless people. Just yesterday, Yao Zhan had said that he would definitely defeat Chu Hen in 10 moves. Just a moment ago, Chu Hen had only used a single move to defeat Yao Zhan so miserably that he was unable to fight back. At this moment, even the 5 deans in the Northern Spectator stands were shocked. Looking at the young man standing on the stage, holding a spear in his hand, everyone felt that it was especially inconceivable. Imperial Marshal Dean Guan Du's eyes narrowed, and his throat moved slightly as he spat out in a deep voice. Chapter 222. Demon Punisher Spear, Demon Spear, Fong Bufan. Dean Guan Du of the Imperial Martial Academy uttered a clear and heavy sentence. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. In an instant, it was as if a deafening clap of thunder had exploded in everyone's ears. The crowd, who were already extremely shocked, widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with intense shock and disbelief. What? Demon Spear Fong Bufan? Countless pairs of eyes uniformly converged on the cold spear on Chu Hen's back. On the dark red spear body, there were pure black flower patterns. Strands of demonic black light filled the entire spear, and the sharp aura it exuded was completely displayed. The deans of the various martial houses were the first to react. That really is Fong Bufan's Demon Punisher Spear. The dean of the giant elephant martial house could not help but stand up from his seat. After 2 deans confirmed it, a commotion broke out in the entire competition area. Not many people present didn't know the name Demon Spear Fong Bufan. He was one of the 3 great spear kings of the 100 Nations continent. His Demon Punisher Spear had defeated countless powerhouses and given him the name Demon Spear. Didn't Fong Bufan go missing a few years ago? He didn't go missing. He's dead. What? Fong Bufan is dead? How do you know? I only heard about it by chance, and this news came from the royal family, so it's absolutely true. It can't be wrong. It's said that Fong Bufan died in an underground palace in the Boneless Mountain Range. He died together with the bloodthirsty Razorback dragon. If that's the case, why is the Demon Punisher Spear in Chu Hen's hands? I'm not too sure. The news from the imperial family didn't explain anything else. In fact, many people with high statuses, including the deans of the various martial houses, had heard the news about the Demon Spear Fong Bufan's death a few months ago. After all, Chu Hen wasn't the only one who had entered the bloodthirsty Razorback dragon's nest. There was also Xia Qing. Previously, when Xia Qing led the royal family's dark force to chase after the rat thief god in the Sky Lake mountain range to retrieve the sacred star Heavenly Book, Chu Hen had already confirmed that Xia Qing was a member of the royal family. Therefore, it was not surprising that news about Fong Bufan had spread out from the imperial family. This news was not widely spread among the public. It was most likely the royal family's intention to remind those in the know not to spread this news excessively in order to prevent other troubles from arising. As for the fact that Fong Bufan's legacy had fallen into Chu Hen's hands, Xia Qing believed that she hadn't told anyone at this moment. Everyone's gazes towards Chu Hen were filled with bewilderment. A person who had disappeared for 7 or 8 years. The impression in everyone's mind was about to fade. But now the soul-petrifying Devil Slaughter Spear had reappeared in the world, and it shocked everyone present. Instantly, everyone recalled the name of the demonic spear of this generation, Fong Bufan. Amidst the strange atmosphere, Chu Hen slowly walked towards Yao Zhan, who had fallen off the stage. When he reached the edge of the stage, Chu Hen looked down at Yao Zhan and said calmly, "The ruthless words I uttered yesterday have become a joke today. 1 move, no need to thank me." Whoosh! In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn back to the Earth List battle. Soon after, the cheers of the Heavenly Star Marshall House soared to the heavens. Haha, senior brother Chu Hen is so cool. Chu Hen will definitely win. Congratulations to junior brother Chu Hen for making it into the top 2. Everyone from the Heavenly Star Marshall House was extremely excited, the second ranker of the Earth Board. At this moment, even Principal Zhang's expression couldn't help but change. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with light. Immediately after, the Giant Elephant Marshall House and the Bright Moon Academy also applauded enthusiastically. In the end, the cheers grew louder and louder, filling the entire arena with earth-shattering cheers. The heavily injured Yao Zhan covered his bleeding chest with one hand. His face alternated between red and white, and it was as ugly as one could imagine. Just as Chu Hen had said, the ruthless words he uttered yesterday had become a joke today. Yao Zhan had suffered an abnormally tragic defeat. Many of the geniuses in the arena had different emotions. Long Xuanxuang was happy for Chu Hen, but she was even more confused. Yu Qinyu's beautiful eyes were also filled with confusion. When they separated the night before yesterday, Chu Hen's cultivation level was lower than hers. It had only been a short time since they last saw each other, but he had crossed 3 levels. It was really frightening. In the Imperial Martial Academy's seating area, the cold and elegant core teacher Hong Lian narrowed her eyes and looked at Xilan, who was at the entrance of the competition area. I really didn't expect that there would be a second person in this world besides your younger brother that you would use the Celestial Sacred Heart technique. Hong Lian muttered to herself. Celestial Sacred Heart technique? What's that? Big sister Hong Lian. Luo Mingshang asked curiously. It's a secret technique that sacrifices oneself to help others. The target can obtain great power in an extremely short period of time, and there won't be any side effects. Wow, there's such a good secret technique. Hong Lian sneered frivolously. But the user will fall into a period of weakness in the next few months. It could even affect one's own cultivation. When the Celestial Sacred Heart technique is cultivated to the highest level, it can bring someone back from the dead. However, the user will have to pay the price with their life. After saying that, Red Lotus looked at Xilan mockingly again. She thought to herself, what a stupid woman. Using that technique for someone who has nothing to do with you. But this is also good. If you use it a few more times, I won't have to kill you. The atmosphere of the arena continued to rise. Chu Hen stood proudly on the arena, showing off the sharpness of a youth. Top 2? Shouldn't it be the top 4? However, Chu Hen quickly came to a realization. Perhaps before he rushed over, the first 2 matches should have ended in a draw. So 4 people were directly eliminated. Then, who was the other person's opponent? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He already had an answer in his heart. Cough, cough. Lu Tong coughed twice, raised his hand slightly, and said in a clear voice, First of all, congratulations to Heavenly Star's Chu Hen for entering the top 2 of the Earth list. Tomorrow morning, he will fight against Di Feng's Wei Qingfan for this year's Earth List Championship. Championship battle. The tone of these 4 words was especially high. The atmosphere of the entire competition area was instantly ignited. Rumble. Chu Hen victory. Wei Qingfan champion. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow's battle. No one would have thought that a strong dark horse like Chu Hen would appear in this year's inter-school martial meet. Xin Yunqi was eliminated, Shang Guanyan was eliminated, Luo Mengchang was eliminated, and even Yao Zhan was defeated if Wei Qingfan's advancement to the championship battle was expected. Then Chu Hen's advancement was out of everyone's expectations. However, at this moment, Chu Hen actually did something that no one expected. He raised the Demon Punisher spear in his hand and stood proudly on the arena. The sharp tip of the spear was pointed at Wei Qingfan, who was in the audience of Tifeng Province. His voice was like thunder, every word heavy. Chapter 223. Why wait until tomorrow? Isn't today's battle better? Wei Qingfan, get your ass down here. His deep voice was like a clap of thunder, and every word was as cold as an icicle. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Hen raised the Demon Punisher spear in his hand. His entire body emitted a piercingly cold, domineering aura, and the sharp tip of the spear was pointed at Wei Qingfan, who was sitting in the spectator seats of Tifeng Province. The thick provocation was not concealed in the slightest. Wow! In an instant, everyone present was stunned. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Many of the people present had heard that there was an irreconcilable conflict between Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan. It seemed that this was indeed the case. For a martial artist, pointing a spear at someone was a great provocation. Under the sunlight, the Demon Punisher spear flickered with a dazzling cold light. Everyone's gazes converged on Wei Qingfan's body. The latter's expression was abnormally calm, while a lazy smile hung from the corners of his mouth. However, his eyes were surging with an incomparably cold chill. Yi Yu, who was sitting next to Wei Qingfan, looked at the scene in front of her with a complicated expression. Her face was filled with confusion. To be honest, Yi Yu had yet to recover from the shock of Chu Hen defeating Yao Zhan with a single spear strike. At this moment, Chu Hen was already pointing the spear in his hand at Wei Qingfan. The series of events that had happened in the past few days made Yi Yu feel that it was a little unreal. This was because the Chu Hen that she knew in the past could not possibly stand proudly on the arena and look down on everyone like this. However, this was an indisputable fact. He's too arrogant. Senior brother Qingfan, continue to oppress him. We'll support you. Senior brother Wei Qingfan will definitely win. The champion will definitely be yours. He's simply too arrogant. He thinks that he's invincible just because he picked up the demon spear. Fang Bufan's Demon Punisher spear. Senior brother Qingfan, kill him and let him know who the true champion of the Earth List is. Chu Hen's provocation had obviously angered many of Wei Qingfan's supporters. The already strange atmosphere in the competition area became even more chaotic and noisy. However, it was undeniable that everyone present couldn't wait for tomorrow. Everyone eagerly hoped to see this stormy showdown. Seeing that Wei Qingfan did not answer, Chu Hen's palm condensed, and a 3-foot spear light shot out along the spear's tip. The cold and heavy voice reverberated through the arena once more. Get down here. Roll down. At this moment, the killing intent that had been brewing in Wei Qingfan's heart suddenly erupted. He suddenly stood up from his seat, and his ice-cold eyes emitted a thick chill. Humph. Since a piece of trash like you is so eager to die, how can I not fulfill your wish? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qingfan leaped into the air, traversing dozens of meters across the spectator stands before landing firmly on the stage. Hua! Wei Qingfan's acceptance of the challenge instantly ignited the fiery atmosphere of the audience. Tifeng Province and many of Wei Qingfan's supporters stood up and shouted, Wei Qingfan, kill that arrogant bastard. The championship belongs to you alone. On the Tensei Prefecture side, they were also not to be outdone, especially Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others, who all shouted at the top of their lungs. Chu Hen will win. Chu Hen, you can do it. Chu Hen, this handsome Feng specially rushed here from Myriad Flower House. Don't embarrass me. Senior brother Mu Feng, you finally appeared. Hee, this martial Feng calculated with his fingers and knew that there would be a big show today. Therefore I came. Mu Feng returned to the Heavenly Star martial house's seating area and grinned like a thief. Zhou Lu pointed at him and scolded, Don't be a coward. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. You still want to lick the soles of my shoes. F*CK, can this kind of thing wait? Wait for Chu Hen to finish torturing that shameless bastard. The momentum from both sides pushed the atmosphere of the competition zone to an unprecedented climax. The presiding judge, Lu Tong, could not control the situation at that moment. He waved his hand a few times, but no one paid attention to him. "Forget it, let's just do it." Lu Tong shook his head, helplessly. He did not bother asking the 5 deans at the back and shouted, "I hereby announce that the battle for the champion of the all-school martial arts tournament begins." "Begin." Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a towering flame burst out from Wei Qingfan's body. He waved his hand, and 2 golden light blades flew out one after another, slashing toward Chu Hen in front of him. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Wei Qingfan to attack so quickly. The speed of the light blades was as fast as a flying shuttle of light. Humph! Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. He raised his spear, and the tip of the spear, which was engulfed in black light, collided with the 2 light blades. Bang, bang! 2 consecutive heavy sounds were heard, and 2 balls of air dispersed in the air. Chu Hen stood firmly on the spot and did not move half a step back. After launching 2 attacks, Wei Qingfan did not continue to attack Chu Hen. Buzz! A majestic aura surged out from Wei Qingfan's body, and wisps of golden light quickly gathered in his palm. The sharp light was extremely dazzling. In just a few blinks of an eye, a golden machete appeared in Wei Qingfan's palm. The machete was in the shape of a crescent moon, and it was about half a meter long. The sharp blade exuded an extremely dangerous aura. Looking at the close-range weapon that Wei Qingfan had summoned, the crowd was stunned at first, but they soon understood his intention. He wanted to use close-range combat to restrain Chu Hen's Demon Slayer spear. Although the longer it was, the stronger it was in terms of flexibility, the spear did not have much of an advantage. Humph, bastard. In my eyes, your spear technique is full of loopholes. Today, let's see how I break your spear in a few moves. Wei Qingfan was full of confidence, and he did not take Chu Hen seriously at all. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. With a flash of white light, the Demon Slayer spear in Chu Hen's hand was suddenly kept into his storage ring. What was going on? Everyone present was astounded. "Ha! Are you planning to lay down your arms and surrender?" Wei Qingfan sneered. "Why do I need to use my best weapon to deal with you?" Chu Hen replied with frivolous disdain. Buzz! In the next moment, a crisp metallic sound was transmitted to everyone's ears. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, a black saber replaced the Demon Slayer spear and appeared in Chu Hen's hand. It was an upright saber that looked like a long sword. The saber was 3 feet long, and it had a silver edge. There are 9 rows of sharp teeth on the back of the saber. On the body of the saber, there were patterns that looked like the fangs of ferocious beasts. Chapter 224. A piercingly cold, murderous aura surged and rose when the crowd below the stage saw the black blade in Chu Hen's hand. Every single one of their faces revealed expressions of astonishment. He actually knows how to use a saber? There's no need for me to use my best weapon to deal with you. Chu Hen looked coldly at Wei Qingfan, and the smile on his face was frivolous and disdainful. Wei Qingfan's face darkened, and a chill surged in his eyes. "Humph, I'd like to see how long you can be so arrogant for." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Qingfan's figure moved, and he directly flashed toward Chu Hen. The golden machete in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light. He raised the machete and slashed down, and the sound of wind and thunder resounded in the air. At the same time, the limitless Fong in Chu Hen's hand also erupted with a strong black light. His eyes turned cold, and he fearlessly raised his saber to meet Wei Qingfan's attack head-on. Bang! 2 rays of light, 1 black and 1 gold, streaked across the air, and then they firmly collided. The heavy collision of forces directly caused a large wave of saber light to rise in the area between the two. The limitless Fong and the machete collided in a crisscross manner. Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan faced each other head-on, and majestic true origin energy erupted from their bodies. Circles of golden light lingered and danced around Wei Qingfan's body. A dense black light rose from Chu Hen's body like the flames of the netherworld. Although the collision in front of them was simple, the people in the arena could clearly sense the wind that was stirred on the stage, as well as the extremely chaotic and intense airflow. This guy, many people below the stage frowned, and their faces were filled with disbelief. In particular, the group of people who had been to St. Bell City before was even more astonished. At that time, it was difficult for Chu Hen to withstand a single attack from Wei Qingfan, but now he could face him head-on and not be at a disadvantage. This kind of growth speed was really shocking. Wei Qingfan's eyes flickered with intense hatred as he said in a deep voice, "Brat, I shouldn't have spared your lowly life back then." Chu Hen sneered disdainfully. "You make it sound like you're a benevolent person. It's just that the people you sent out in the past were all trash." To be honest, ever since Chu Hen stepped into the imperial capital, Wei Qingfan had always wanted to take Chu Hen's life. First, it was the midnight ambush of over 20 assassins. Then, it was the rookie king of imperial style, Rin Chong, who had persecuted Chu Qin during the Star Elite competition. Then, it was his follower, Wei Han, who had secretly made his move. Even during the first elimination round of the Earth ranking tournament, he had bribed all 32 people in the entire competition zone to surround and kill Chu Qin. To be honest, every time Wei Qingfan sent someone out, their cultivation level wasn't bad. Moreover, they were all people who had absolute confidence in killing Chu Hen. If it was someone else, they would have died several times over. However, that was Chu Hen. Chu Hen, who was constantly in a state of worry, had shattered Wei Qingfan's schemes time and time again. Today, the two of them were fighting on the same stage. New worries and old hatred came one after another. Sparks flew in all directions, bursting forth with a murderous aura. They are indeed all useless trash. However, this time, I'll do it myself. Wei Qingfan laughed coldly. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and replied in a lazy tone, "I'm sorry, I forgot to say earlier. Actually, you Wei Qingfan are also trash. You're courting death." Boom! Along with the furious aura that was like a flood, a surging shockwave immediately spread out on the stage. Strong winds danced and sand and stones were shattered. Both of them retreated backwards after retreating more than 10 meters. The furious Wei Qingfan's killing intent rose. He raised his hand and slashed out with his blade. Swish! A golden-colored blade shadow burst out and attacked Chu Hen with the power to cut the air and cut the wind. Humph! Chu Hen was not afraid in the slightest. His pair of pitch-black eyes quietly became deep and fierce. Limitless tooth brandished and danced. The battle blade, wrapped in black radiance, had peerless might. At the same time that the blade image was shattered, a layer of blade wave that was as vigorous as the ocean tide swept towards Wei Qingfan. The surging blade light swept through thousands of soldiers like a rolling mat, whistling through the air. "You dare to be arrogant in front of me with such little strength?" Before Wei Qingfan's voice faded, he instantly flashed away from his original spot. Rays of dazzling golden light lingered around his body. Wei Qingfan directly broke through the overlapping black blade wave in front of him and instantly arrived in front of Chu Hen. His fierce attack was like a ferocious wolf. Wei Qingfan's aura was terrifying, but Chu Hen did not show any weakness. The limitless tooth was bitingly cold. The golden scimitar and the black battle blade constantly collided on the stage. Waves of heavy waves overlapped and were sharp and ear-piercing. In close combat, speed was the key to victory. The battle between the two constantly sped up the pace of the battle. Sparks flew everywhere, true essence wantonly, and blade light shadows covered the sky and earth. It was a dazzling sight. Looking at the two people locked in close combat on the arena, the countless spectators felt their hearts clench. They did not even have the time to catch their breath. The intense battle caused everyone's nerves to be stretched taut. Chu Hen's blade technique is not inferior to his spear technique at all. In the Tensei Prefecture spectator seats, instructor Song Chunglai squinted his eyes. There was a hint of amazement on his face. Instructor Shi Lan's teaching ability really puts me to shame. That's strange. Instructor Shadowless, who was sitting next to him, exclaimed. What's wrong? Song Chunglai asked. The way this kid attacks and the arc of his blade seems a little similar to Yuyue's. Is that so? Song Chinglia's heart skipped a beat. Then he carefully observed the intense battle on the stage. He saw that every time Chu Hen attacked, his wrist would move up slightly, causing the battle blade to accelerate a second time in the process of being swung out. Judging from the previous few battles, Bai Yuyue did indeed do this frequently. However, at that moment, Bai Yuyue was also surprised. There was a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. Others only noticed that some parts of Chu Hen's blade technique were similar to hers. But Bai Yuyue could clearly see that Chu Hen's and her similarities were not only in the way they attacked, but also in the rhythm, speed, and trajectory of the blade. What's going on? The more Bai Yuyue watched, the more shocked she became, and the more confused she became. If it was just pure imitation, then she really admired Chu Hen a little. After all, there had been people who wanted to imitate her blade technique in the past, but all of them did not do it justice. In actual combat, they could not even perform 1/10 of Bai Yuyue's standard. As for Chu Hen, in her opinion, he definitely deserved more than an 8 out of 10. Of course, this 8 out of 10 referred to Bai Yuyue's pure blade technique. It did not include any other elemental strength. If Chu Hen and Bai Yuyue were to fight, the winner would undoubtedly be Chu Hen, who had the highest overall elemental strength. Bang! Bang! The intense battle between Wei Qingfan and Chu Hen continued to tug at the heartstrings of the audience. This was the ultimate showdown between the popular champion and the powerful dark horse. Disorderly saber lights and shadows splashed wantonly. Wherever the two of them went, deep and narrow saber marks and gullies appeared on the ground. The two of them, who had been fighting for their lives, did not give way to the enemy and fought fiercely. Stinking brat die. Wei Qingfan's eyes surged with a sinister cold light. The sharp curved blade flickered with a bright brilliance. It was so resplendent that it seemed as if it had been soaked in the radiance of the sun. Accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, it rapidly slashed towards Chu Hen. F***CK off. Chu Hen shouted angrily in a deep voice. The limitless Fong was like a rising black flame. The blade light surged and dragged out a series of afterimages in the air. Then it collided with the curved blade. Bang! The violent and heavy vibration was like a thunderclap piercing one's ears. Accompanying the might of the berserk aftermath that swept in all directions, Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan flew backwards once again. The rocks on the ground were completely shattered into pieces, and the crisscrossing cracks on the ground seemed to be on the verge of collapsing the arena. Swish! At the instant Chu Hen steadied himself, he commanded in his heart, and a red and crystalline talisman mark appeared shockingly before him. It's the Blaze Talisman mark. Whoosh! Chapter 225. It's the Blazing Fire Curse. Boom! Along with a cry of surprise from the spectators below the arena, a curtain of fire that soared into the sky was instantly set off on the arena. The Yuan core in Chu Hen's body rapidly rotated, and a giant red flaming hand flew out of the curtain of fire along with an extremely furious aura of primordial essence. The powerful aura was exceptionally astonishing, and a scorching wave of air covered the sky and earth. The giant hand that seemed to have come from the god of fire pounced towards Wei Qingfan with a majestic pressure. Humph! A grain of light dares to compete with the sun and moon. Wei Qingfan's eyes narrowed, and then a similarly furious aura erupted from his body. The golden scimitar in his hand shattered into countless specks of golden light with a bang. Countless specks of golden light rapidly gathered in Wei Qingfan's palm. In just half a breath's time, a golden wheel appeared in his palm. Buzz! Wei Qingfan twisted his wrist and flipped his palm outwards. The golden wheel blossomed with a dazzling radiance that was as dazzling as the sun. Under numerous cautious gazes, the golden wheel rapidly expanded and turned into a death sun wheel that was more than 5 meters in diameter. The death sun wheel rapidly rotated in front of Wei Qingfan's palm, and the edges of the 360-degree golden wheel were covered with incomparably sharp saw teeth. How can you block my death sun wheel with your little strength? Wei Qingfan bellowed and threw the death sun wheel in his palm. A sharp aura tore through the air, and a dense aura of destruction spread in all directions. Boom! As soon as the two powerful forces collided, fireballs of all sizes immediately splashed in the sky. Subsequently, under countless gazes that were filled with astonishment, the death sun will split the huge flaming hand apart. The wave of flames that was like a tide was split apart from the middle. The unstoppable death sun will pierce through the curtain of fire with the power to cut through bamboo. It swept up a torrential stream of air as it attacked Chu Hen. At the same time, Wei Qingfan followed closely behind the death sun wheel and charged towards Chu Hen, ready to launch the next round of attacks at any time. TSK, TSK, this death wheel of sun is indeed worthy of being House Wei's ancestral secret art. Its destructive power is actually so great. A cry of surprise came from the audience below the stage. Isn't that obvious? The sun wheel of death could only be cultivated with the blazing sun battle body bloodline. During the cultivation process, one had to extract the power contained in the 9 heavens' divine sun holy radiance in order to condense the death sun wheel. It's extremely difficult. This Wei Qingfan is truly a genius that is rarely seen in 100 years. Meeting him, Chu Hen can be considered as having bad luck. In the blink of an eye, the death yang wheel that was covered in sharp sawteeth had already split apart the heavy waves of fire and arrived in front of Chu Hen. Countless people couldn't help but worry about Chu Hen's fate. The death yang wheel's destructive power was extremely great. Even if Chu Hen blocked the attack, Wei Qingfan, who was following closely behind the death yang wheel, would surely unleash a critical strike in the next instant. Long Xuan, Yi Yao, Yu Qinyu, and the crowd from Tensei Prefecture all wore grave expressions. Haha. Wei Qingfan smiled proudly, a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Dai, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me if you can't even take a single attack from my death yang wheel? Humph, you really don't know what you're talking about. An indifferent and mocking voice rang out from Chu Hen's mouth. Just as the death yang wheel of death split apart the last curtain of fire, an extremely chilling aura suddenly rose from the scorching heat wave. A pure white rune appeared in front of Chu Hen. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground trembled as a large ice curtain rapidly rose in front of Chu Hen. The ice curtain looked like an ice wall made of ice. It was more than 10 meters tall and more than 2 meters thick. From afar, it looked like a small iceberg. It's the frost rune, bang! Along with a cry of surprise from below the arena, an incomparably heavy and violent explosion whistled through the arena. Under countless astonished gazes, the peerless death yang wheel of death slammed into the thick ice wall. Many Academy geniuses couldn't help but clench their fists with shock on their faces. Even though the majority of the people present knew that Chu Hen did not only control one type of rune power, what truly made them gasp in surprise was that Chu Hen was able to rotate 2 types of power at such a fast speed. Chu Hen's mastery of rune power was probably no less than Huangwu Luo Mingchang's. Boom! The aftermath of the scorching and cold air wave swept across the stage. Ice crystal fragments flew everywhere, sparkling and translucent under the refraction of the sun. At the same time that the death sun wheel was blocked by Chu Hen, the thick ice shield wall that was erected on the platform was also covered with fine cracks, and then it collapsed and exploded. The entire arena was filled with frenzied energy. The gorgeous scene filled everyone's eyes, and the world dimmed a little. Buzz! Whoosh! Before Wei Qingfan could launch a second round of attacks, an extremely strong and cold aura erupted from Chu Hen's body. The dense ice, profound, cold energy almost froze the space to pieces. A cold glint flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. In the next second, rings of dense ice, profound energy rose and rose around Wei Qingfan with the might of a whirlpool. The bone-piercing cold was like an icicle that pierced into the bone marrow. Wei Qingfan was slightly shocked. This domineering cold had actually affected the flow of the true essence in his body. In a hurry, Wei Qingfan did not dare to rashly attack. He subconsciously retreated and turned from offense to defense. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Chu Hen sneered. In an instant, the incomparably thick, white, cold air surrounded Wei Qingfan's body and quickly condensed into ice. Wei Qingfan, who was in the middle of the encirclement, was immediately surrounded on all sides. What was even more shocking was that the cold air became extremely sharp as it condensed into ice. Tens of thousands of ice spears converged and compressed towards Wei Qingfan from all directions. Front, back, left, right, and every angle. In the blink of an eye, a round ball covered in spikes appeared on the arena. Everyone's eyes widened. This sharp ice ball was like a sea urchin or a huge white hedgehog. Slender and sharp ice spikes covered the surface of the ice ball. It was believed that the same situation was happening inside. As for the people trapped inside, if they were not careful, they would probably be pierced into a sieve. Hiss! Looking at the scene in front of them, countless people could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. All of them looked at Chu Hen with complicated gazes. The other party's control and release of the power of the seal was simply terrifying. At this moment, even the 5 deans on the Northern Spectator stand frowned slightly. They were all moved by this. Crack! After a brief moment of amazement, in the next second, a long and narrow crack spread from the ice ball covered with icicles. Everyone was shocked. Everyone could clearly sense the violent and raging energy, fluctuations that were being released from within the ball of ice. As expected of Wei Qingfan, he definitely would not fall so easily. Immediately after, a dazzling light was released from the crack. The light became stronger and stronger, and soon after, a deafening explosion was heard. Ice shards flew in all directions, and ice cubes of all sizes directly exploded from the surface of the table. The power of the rage was terrifying, and a circle of cold air waves mixed with fine ice crystals rushed towards the many spectators below the arena. Hiss, hiss! What followed was a violent energy fluctuation. The expressions of everyone below the stage changed. They saw that Wei Qingfan's entire body was surrounded by thick pillars of lightning. Dozens of lightning pillars were like silver pythons, and an extremely violent aura shook the entire arena. Humph! Don't think that you're the only one who has mastered the power of the seal. Wei Qingfan's face was gloomy, and his eyes surged with thick flames of anger and killing intent. Chu Hen held the black saber diagonally, and an awe-inspiring domineering aura arose spontaneously. The cold wind blew, and the corner of his clothes fluttered. Ha! Wei Qingfan, I'm going to skin you today. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Hiss, hiss! The lightning pillars that lingered around Wei Qingfan's body erupted with incomparably dazzling light. Dozens of lightning pillars crisscrossed and soared into the sky, emitting an endless aura of destruction. At that moment, Wei Qingfan gave people the feeling that he was a god of thunder, mighty and extraordinary. Looking at the enraged Wei Qingfan, Yao, who was in the Tifeng province, could not help but clench her fists tightly. From the beginning, Yi Yao was worried about Chu Hen. It had been almost a year since she entered the Tifeng province, and she had a certain understanding of Wei Qingfan's ability. It could be said that other than the 3 super freaks who took the fixed places on the heaven leaderboard, there was no one in the entire Tifeng province who could compete with Wei Qingfan. Although right now, Chu Hen was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. However, Yi Yao was still worried. Brother Chu Hen. In comparison, Yi Yu, who was at the side, was much more indifferent. From what she saw, in today's match, Chu Hen would definitely lose miserably to Wei Qingfan. He might even lose his life. This was also what Yi Yu hoped to see. From the time they were in Flaming Rain City until now, Chu Hen made Yi Yu feel more and more uneasy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a thorn in her side. Yi Yu did not wish for such a threat to continue growing. To put it simply, Yi Yu desperately wanted to get proof from Wei Qingfan that she had made the right choice back then. Hiss, hiss. Dozens of lightning bolts jumped and flickered angrily. Wei Qingfan shouted angrily, "Lightning curse!" In a split second, dozens of silver python-like lightning pillars all pounced towards Chu Hen. The terrifying destructive might caused people's hearts to palpitate. However, at this moment, a faint smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. "You're not qualified to play with curse runes in front of me." Chapter 226. You don't have the qualifications to play with talisman markings before me. Facing the lightning pillars that were like dozens of silver pythons pouncing over, Chu Hen's tone was indifferent as he lightly spat out such a sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, the third talisman markings appeared before Chu Hen. In the next instant, lightning arcs that crisscrossed each other instantly covered Chu Hen's entire body. What's that? Lightning talisman mark. He really has grasped the energy of 3 types of talisman markings. As they gazed at the violent energy that Chu Hen released that was exactly the same as Wei Qingfan's, the spectators below the arena were extremely astounded. It's true. Earlier, the spectators had heard that when Chu Hen and Shin Yunqi fought outside the arena 2 nights ago, Chu Hen had once executed talisman markings of 3 different attributes. But many of the spectators that hadn't witnessed it with their own 2 eyes didn't really believe it, and they were doubtful. However, at this moment, thousands of pairs of eyes were watching the scene in the arena, and the last trace of doubt in everyone's hearts vanished along with it. Hiss! Hiss! Subsequently, the lightning pillars that coiled around Chu Hen's body glowed brilliantly as well. Numerous bolts of lightning crisscrossed each other and carried a terrifying aura of destruction as they pounced towards Wei Qingfan's attack. Clang! Along with the deafening sound of the thunderstorm, the ground of the entire arena started trembling along with it. Over 100 lightning pillars that shot into the sky wantonly converged and collided with each other, and a shocking and violent energy directly enveloped more than half of the arena. Rumble! The rumbling of thunder shook the hearts of the spectators. In the blink of an eye, a silver lightning net that was almost 100 meters wide appeared in the sky above the arena. The lightning net that suffused the sky above the area between Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan seemed like a myriad of galloping horses and an army, and it also seemed like 100 cowhide drums were being beaten at the same time. The dense lightning markings were dazzling and gorgeous. Even the heavens and the earth dimmed slightly. Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan's bodies continuously released incomparably powerful lightning energy, and they clashed head-on. Sparks flew everywhere on the stage, and extremely sharp light pierced everyone's eyes. Countless people in the audience were secretly shocked, and their faces turned pale. Everyone didn't doubt in the slightest that if anyone were to enter the lightning net that interweaved freely, then that person would probably be instantly blasted into bits by the violent force of the lightning net. Humph! So what if you've mastered a lot of runes? Wei Qingfan revealed a disdainful and sinister smile on his face. Then an even more furious, surging aura rose from his body. The power of thunder and lightning that erupted from his body immediately gained the upper hand, crushing Chu Hen's power and pushing forward. In the face of absolute power, how can you defeat me? However, in the face of Wei Qingfan's rising aura, A disdainful sneer appeared on Chu Hen's face. Who told you that the seals and runes you control are useless? Bang! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of surging might suddenly swept out from the arena, and 4 screens of water that shot into the sky suddenly appeared in Wei Qingfan's surroundings. What? Everyone present here was greatly shocked in their hearts, and their countenances went pale. They saw that the lightning seal before Chu Hen had already vanished, and it was replaced by a crystalline and translucent blue-colored talisman marking that was like glass, and it was extremely gorgeous like a gem. What the fuck? The water seal. The 4th type of seal. A slightly trembling exclaim of shock sounded out from the spectating area below the arena. This exclaim of shock stopped by the ears of everyone present here, and it was like a thunderclap that shook the eardrums of everyone present here to the point it hurt. Xiao Yan, Long Xuanshuang, Bai Yue, Yu Qinyu, Shang Wanyan, and the others. All the genius students clenched their fists lightly while revealing astounded expressions. In the consonant's Martial House region, Shen Yunqi's brows were tightly knitted together. His originally bloodless face turned even paler. He clenched his fists tightly, and even his knuckles cracked. It turned out that in the battle the night before yesterday, Chu Hen actually hadn't used his full strength and had even held back. At this moment, Shen Yunqi had directly suffered an indescribable sense of defeat. Even if compared to the 5 types of seals that Luo Mingshang had revealed earlier, the degree of shock that everyone present here felt towards Chu Hen wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the former. Buzz! Whoosh! The screen of water that suddenly rose into the sky directly trapped Wei Qingfan within it. At the same time that the surging screen of water drowned Wei Qingfan, it charged into the sky above the arena and enveloped the lightning net that covered the sky and the earth. However, not only was the lightning energy that was enveloped by the screen of water not suppressed, it instead erupted with an even more dazzling silver brilliance. In the next instant, something that surprised everyone occurred. The lightning energy that was originally crushing towards Chu Hen suddenly turned around. Soon after, it flowed back and forth along the overlapping water curtain and returned to Wei Qingfan, who was within the water curtain with the momentum of a reverse nest. What? Seeing this scene, everyone present widened their eyes. Even the deans of the various high-ranked martial houses were visibly moved. Similarly, using the characteristic of the power of water confused with the power of lightning, Chu Hen's move was much more practical and effective than the previous move that Luo Mingshang used to deal with Shangguan Yan. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Many people in the arena secretly applauded. Chi-chi. Thunder and lightning intertwined, and countless lightning, snake-like rays of lightning poured down along the water screen, gorgeous and bright, like a stream of light that could trace back thousands of years. An incomparably violent, destructive power that was comparable to the suppression of a mountain came crashing down. Wei Qingfan, who was surrounded by the water screen, did not even have the time to retreat under the pressure of the power of water. Clang! A deafening sound exploded in the arena, and with Wei Qingfan as the center, the terrifying power fluctuated as if it had been attacked by a meteorite. Countless dazzling silver lightning bolts, mixed with water ripples and raindrops, exploded from within, and the mighty scene was like a firework shower in the dark night. Rings of powerful aftershocks swept out in all directions. The ground trembled endlessly, and countless densely packed cracks spread out. Inch by inch, the flying rubble was directly shattered into powder. It spread towards the audience below the arena. The audience raised their sleeves to cover their faces, and some of the weaker ones even revolved the true essence in their bodies to resist. A dense aura surged through the entire arena. When everyone saw the scene on the arena, their pupils shrank and shock filled their faces. In the area where Wei Qingfan was, a huge pit with a diameter of nearly 100 meters suddenly appeared. In that huge pit, Wei Qingfan's face was gloomy and livid, and his eyes were filled with ferocity as he glared at Chu Hen. Wei Qingfan's clothes were slightly disheveled, and his hair was a little messy. Even so, there were no obvious injuries on his body. But what was different from before was that Wei Qingfan's body was now surrounded by a circle of soft golden light, and the soft light faintly showed the shape of a protective armor, whoosh. That is, spiritual armor? No wonder Wei Qingfan is fine. He is wearing a spiritual armor. There was a clamor of discussion in the arena. Spiritual armor was a defensive armor at the spiritual level, and its main characteristic was to resist all external attacks. The violent power just now could not hurt Wei Qingfan, and it was this spiritual armor that had resisted a large part of the power. Sigh, what a pity. Li Hui from Tensei Prefecture shook his head and sighed. Damn, I didn't expect him to wear a tortoise shell. Mu Feng cursed in disdain. The others also felt that it was a pity. They believed that if it was not for the protection of the spiritual armor, Chu Hen's thunderbolt strike just now would not have been a problem to hurt Wei Qingfan. An incomparably cold gust of wind blew across the stage. The expressions of everyone in the arena became solemn. While they were amazed by Wei Qingfan, no one dared to look down on Chu Hen anymore. Hee, you scoundrel, congratulations on successfully provoking my anger. Wei Qingfan's fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. An extremely restless and violent aura continuously rose and released from his body. Next, I want you to die without an intact corpse, you bastard. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly, and the limitless tooth in his palm also set off a surging black light. His deep eyes surged with a mocking coldness. I shall wait and see. There was frivolity and disdain in his indifferent tone. In the next instant, Wei Qingfan's anger rose to the sky. Rays of golden light intertwined with each other and rose violently. His gloomy face revealed a thick, sinister smile. Hee, if you really think that I, Wei Qingfan, only have this little ability, then you are gravely mistaken. This is the move I want to use in the Heaven List battle. Now, congratulations on having the opportunity to enjoy it in advance, ha ha ha. Incomparably arrogant laughter filled the arena, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Feeling the aura on Wei Qingfan's body that had skyrocketed several times, everyone in the audience revealed a deep sense of disbelief. Fourth stage core, transformation stage? He actually broke through to the fourth stage long ago? Good fella, as expected of Wei Qingfan. He really hid his strength well. In an instant, Long Xuanxuan, Yu Qinyu Yiyao, and the people from Tensei Prefecture turned pale. Their hearts were filled with unprecedented seriousness. No one would have thought that Wei Qingfan's schemes ran so deep. Since the beginning, he had been suppressing his cultivation base to the peak of third stage, core, transformation stage. When he suddenly unleashed the aura of a fourth stage, core, transformation stage, it really caught everyone off guard. It's a little tricky. On the Imperial Martial School's side, Luo Mengchang frowned slightly as a hint of caution appeared in her delicate eyes. Brother Chu Hen. On the Tifeng province's side, Yao clenched her small fists so tightly that her fingernails pierced her palms. On the other hand, Yi Yu's face was filled with a relaxed expression. Seeing this, she could be said to be at ease from the bottom of her heart. She thought to herself, Chu Hen, you've lost for sure. A furious aura instantly enveloped the entire arena. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a hint of seriousness between his brows. However, there was no trace of panic on his determined face. I have to say, I really admire your acting skills. You still dare to pretend to be calm at a time like this. Wei Qingfan's body was surrounded by a golden light. Then he leaped up and directly flew tens of meters into the air. You can die now, ha 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 ha. Everyone's pupils faintly shrank. They saw Wei Qingfan's figure overlapping with the angle of the sun in the sky. He looked down at Chu Hen from above, and just happened to block the ray of sunlight that shone on Chu Hen's body. An unprecedented dangerous aura completely enveloped the entire arena below. Chapter 227. You can die now, ha 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 ha. Under the astonished gazes of the audience, Wei Qingfan, who had erupted with the aura of a fourth-order core transformation stage, leaped dozens of meters into the air. The pupils of everyone present faintly shrank. They saw Wei Qingfan looking down at Chu Hen from high above. The angle of his figure and the sun overlapped, perfectly blocking the ray of light that the sun was shining on Chu Hen. An unprecedented dangerous aura pressed down like a mountain. Immediately after, Wei Qingfan's body blossomed with a dazzling brilliance that was as bright as the sun. It's over. Wei Qingfan looked down at Chu Hen with a cold gaze. It was as if he was looking at a dying man. You should be proud to die under this move of mine. Celestial Sun Illusory Annihilation Fist. A thunderous sound exploded in the air above the competition area, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Shortly after, Wei Qingfan threw a punch with all his strength. In the next instant, the bright light that blossomed from his body became extremely powerful. The incomparably frightening might shocked everyone present. Wei Qingfan was as if he had transformed into another sun under the nine heavens' divine Sunday. Endless golden rays of light poured out from his body, and like a flood, they attacked Chu Hen below. Not good, the range is too wide. Senior brother Chu Hen has nowhere to hide. Li Hui, from the Tensei Prefecture, couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, why does this bastard have so many powerful killing moves?" Mu Feng cursed. The faces of the teachers and students from the Tensei Prefecture turned pale. Their eyebrows were tightly knitted and they were overwhelmed with shock. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, the countless piercing golden rays of light enveloped the entire arena. The dense light instantly engulfed Chu Hen. Boom! Immediately after, the ground under everyone's feet started to tremble violently. The streaks of extremely lethal golden light caused the arena, which was already in a state of desolation, to become even more riddled with holes. Rocks of all sizes were instantly smashed into dust, and densely packed holes covered the surface of the platform. Wherever this death ray went, it could be said that it destroyed everything. It caused everything to vanish here. Bang! Along with the trembling hearts of everyone, the huge battle stage collapsed and sunk into the ground. Before the rocks could even bounce up, they were crushed into powder by the dense light rays. Hiss! Such a terrifying scene caused everyone present to gasp involuntarily. This power was simply terrifying. Wei Qingfan, who was hovering high up in the sky, was so powerful that it was terrifying. Oh my God! Can Chu Hen survive? It's impossible. There's absolutely no chance of survival. Even if he didn't die a horrible death, he would have been pierced into a sieve by those rays of light. Wei Qingfan is truly a genius. That's right. Wei Qingfan has hidden his strength too deeply. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the golden light rays that erupted from Wei Qingfan's body continuously caused devastating impacts to the arena below. At this moment, everyone from Tensei Prefecture clenched their fists tightly, their eyes red with anger. Long Xuanchuang and Yu Chenyu's faces were as pale as paper, their eyes faintly trembling with unease. On the Imperial Martial Academy's side, Luo Mengchang frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes unwittingly suffused with a faint solemnity. He shouldn't die so easily. Although the majority of the people present believed that Chu Hen would undoubtedly die, Luo Mengchang had an indescribable feeling that an even more shocking scene was about to unfold. On the special viewing platform in the north, apart from Imperial Martial Academy's Dean Yuyen, the other 4 deans all revealed expressions of unprecedented shock. The Heavenly Sun Illusory Annihilation Fist and the Death Wheel of Sun are known as the Wei clan's 2 great techniques, and only the Wei clan's patriarch is qualified to cultivate the former. It seems that Wei Qingfan has already been regarded as the next Wei clan's patriarch, Imperial Martial Academy's Dean Guan Du said in a deep voice. With such a child, why would the Wei clan worry about not being able to prosper? Spirit Rhinoceros Dean Su sure also praised in admiration. Needless to say, in the hearts of the 5 great deans, they already had an answer to the outcome of this match. Haha, Dean Yu, you've already won the championship. Why do you still have such a long face? Imperial Martial Academy's Dean Guan Du smiled faintly. Yu Yan smiled faintly. It's not the final moment yet. Anything can happen. In response to Yu Yan's reply, the others only smiled faintly and shook their heads. Even though Yu Yan had a serious look on his face, everyone knew that wasn't what Yu Yan was thinking. Soon, the power of the Heavenly Sun illusory annihilation fist began to weaken. The endless golden light rays began to merge into Wei Qingfan's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the appearance of the arena gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the destroyed arena that had been reduced to ruins, the hearts of everyone present trembled without end. In the eyes of countless people, there was absolutely no hope for Chu Hen to survive the impact of such a terrifying power. On the Tifeng province's side, Yi Yao's little face was already deathly pale from worry. Her large eyes were misty, and tears were about to fall out. Yi Yu, who was beside her, was the exact opposite. A relaxed expression filled her face. At this moment, she had already obtained proof that Chu Hen was fated to meet a tragic end in front of Wei Qingfan. The gloom that had shrouded Yi Yu's heart for the past few days instantly disappeared. Her choice back then wasn't wrong. However, at this moment, a surging wave of energy suddenly spread out from the arena. What? Everyone's heartstrings trembled. Then, something that no one could have imagined happened. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions, and the rocks on the ground were all sent flying. The huge aura swept away thousands of soldiers like a blanket. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a young man with a straight back like a spear once again appeared in front of the crowd. Boom! Looking at the familiar figure of the young man, there was a wave of cheers from the Tensei prefecture. Meanwhile, the Tifeng province's side suddenly became silent. Oh my God, he's actually fine? Who the hell is this guy? In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire competition area instantly changed. The eyes of Long Xuanxuang, Yu Qinyu, Luo Mingshan, and the others lit up. On the other hand, the 5 deans on the north stand were all stunned. They saw that Chu Hen's body was surrounded by circles of golden-red illusory flames. The illusory flames were like dragons, dancing snakes, and also like a dazzling halo that wrapped around his body, forming a circular light shield. Although Chu Hen, who was in the illusory flames, had many wounds on his body, the aura he exuded was still extremely strong. Everyone felt that it was extremely unbelievable. No one would have thought that Chu Hen's defense was so terrifying that it was unbelievable. At this moment, when the last ray of golden light converged into Wei Qingfan's body, the latter began to fall from the air. But seeing Chu Hen, who did not seem to have any injuries, Wei Qingfan was furious. Another wave of powerful aura surged out. Very clearly, he was preparing to use another powerful sure-kill technique. However, at the same time, Chu Hen suddenly raised his head, and a cold smile appeared on his handsome face that was stained with a trace of blood. Buzz, buzz! Along with a strange wave of power, a green glaze rune immediately appeared in front of Chu Hen. As soon as this rune appeared, the airflow in the entire competition area was stirred. Oh, Gale rune. Damn, the 5th rune power, the same as Luo Mingshan. Boom! Looking at the power of the 5th rune that appeared in front of Chu Hen, everyone in the audience widened their eyes, as if they had been struck by lightning. Without waiting for everyone to recover from their shock, Chu Hen leapt up. With a whoosh, he leapt up and directly left the ground. His momentum was like a flash of light as he flashed towards Wei Qingfan, who was high up in the sky. An extremely chaotic pressure triggered the airflow in all directions. With the speed of the Gale rune, Chu Hen dragged a series of shadows in the air and instantly appeared in front of Wei Qingfan. When he was less than 2 meters away from the latter, the limitless Fang in his palm was swung out like a flickering light. The rapid breaking of the wind stung the eardrums of countless people. Chu Hen shouted, and the cold, murderous aura shocked the audience. Chapter 228. Shadow Moon Dance. Under the support of the Gale Charm's speed, Chu Hen's aura was like a flying ray of light. He dragged a series of afterimages in the air and instantly arrived in front of Wei Qingfan. The limitless Fang in his hand burst out with a powerful aura, and he waved it out like a flickering light and passing shadow. The sharp sound of the wind pierced the eardrums of countless people present. Wei Qingfan turned pale with fright, and a thick, dangerous aura directly enveloped him. The flow of air continued to accelerate rapidly, and a strong wind suddenly rose. A piercingly cold cyclone pressed against Wei Qingfan's body from all directions. Hiss! In the next moment, a rapid air-piercing momentum spread in the air above the arena, and a silver crescent moon saber light that was 20 to 30 meters long descended from the sky. With a momentum that could pierce through heaven and earth, it flashed past Wei Qingfan's body. Wei Qingfan's body trembled violently, and he was just about to resist. However, in the next moment, Chu Hen disappeared on the spot like a ghost, and another series of afterimages appeared in the sky. As Chu Hen changed his position, a second silver crescent moon saber light appeared in front of everyone. This is... Oh my God, isn't this by Yuyuez? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their eyes were wide open. Their faces were filled with deep astonishment. In particular, the mentors and students of the Tensei Prefecture were all extremely shocked. The crescent moon was like a curved hook, and it was extremely powerful. Like the wind and shadow, the saber danced like a shadow. This was definitely Bai Yuyue's move, Shadow Moon Dance, Song Qinglai, Shadowless, He Qingyuan, Mufeng, Li Hui, and the others felt that it was too surreal. Everyone in the Tensei Prefecture knew that Bai Yuyue's close combat skills were the strongest in the entire academy, especially the Shadow Moon Dance, which could be said to be a sure kill skill in close combat. In the past, countless people had secretly learned Bai Yuyue's saber techniques, but all of them were imitating others and learning them in a nondescript manner. But the current Chu Hen had Bai Yuyue's shadow everywhere. Whether it was the speed, the movement of the saber, or even some details, they were exactly the same as Bai Yuyue. How could he? Bai Yuyue was a little confused. Although Chu Hen's Shadow Moon Dance was slightly lacking in terms of agility, everything else was exactly the same as his. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a copy. Could it be that time in the illusion-killing array? Bai Yuyue raised her eyebrows, and the shock in her eyes intensified. She remembered that she'd only executed the Shadow Moon Dance twice in front of Chu Hen. The first time was during the first round of the top 32 ranking battles the day before yesterday, and the other time was within the illusory Slaughter Grand Formation 2 months ago. 2 months! He'd learned the Shadow Moon Dance in just 2 months? Bai Yuyue bit her red lips with her silver teeth. Her jade-like hands were clenched so tightly that her knuckles were faintly white. She didn't know that she'd started practicing saber techniques at the age of 10, and it took her 5 or 6 years to master this move. But Chu Hen only used 2 months. The gap between them was self-evident. Hiss! Swish! Every time Chu Hen swung his saber, there would be a crescent silver light that was more than 20 to 30 meters wide appearing between heaven and earth. In the next instant, it would immediately change to another position, dragging behind it an indistinguishable shadow. Wei Qingfan had completely fallen into a state where he couldn't resist. His eyes were wide open as he was constantly being suppressed by Chu Hen. Wei Qingfan was directly compressed into an extremely small area. The strong and rapid airflow formed a whirlpool, causing his entire body to be greatly compressed. Not only was his movement restricted, but even the circulation of his true origin energy was completely unable to keep up with the rhythm. The speed at which Chu Hen swung his saber was extremely fast, and the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. From afar, it looked like a dozen or so Chu Hen had besieged Wei Qingfan, who was trapped in the central area. The latter's momentum was completely suppressed, and he had no strength to fight back. The airflow of heaven and earth was stirred. Chu Hen was like a phantom, and in a short moment he swung his saber 9 times in a row. The 9 crescent silver lights that pierced through the heavens and earth were like flowing lights and flying shadows that traced back thousands of years. They were fleeting but dazzling. Shadow Moon Dance, 9 Saber Stream. After the 9 saber strikes, everyone present felt as if their heartstrings were about to snap, and their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Ah! Wei Qingfan let out a shrill scream of pain. Under the astonished gazes of thousands upon thousands of people, 9 ghastly wounds opened up on his body at almost the same time, and warm blood spurted out. Blood rained down, splashing into the blue sky. Even with the protection of the spiritual armor, these 9 wounds were still so deep that bones could be seen, and blood was dripping. Bang! In a flash, Chu Hen landed on the arena that was riddled with thousands of holes, and Wei Qingfan fell heavily on the ground. Everyone present felt as if their hearts had been smashed by a heavy hammer. A circle of biting cold wind swept through the entire competition area, and everyone present, including the 5 deans, stood up from their seats involuntarily. Silence. Complete silence. Everyone present could only hear Wei Qingfan's low and painful groans. Victory and defeat were decided in an instant. No one had expected such an outcome. Looking at Wei Qingfan, who was covered in blood and looked battered and exhausted, everyone felt that it was extremely unreal. 4th stage, core, transformation stage. The favorite to win the championship, the king of popularity at this moment, Wei Qingfan was completely abused like a dead dog. And no one had expected that the person who completely abused him would be this person. In the audience seats of Tifeng province, Yi Yu's face was as pale as a sheet, and her body was faintly trembling. The relaxed feeling she had just now vanished in an instant, and the confirmation just now had also encountered a shocking reversal in the blink of an eye. Wei Qingfan was defeated, and it was an extremely miserable defeat. Even Yi Yu's thoughts were defeated along with him. Yi Yu's mind was in a mess, and her heart was filled with endless complicated feelings. Even in her dreams, she did not expect that in a short span of less than a year, Chu Hen would actually become so terrifying. Ah, I won't lose. I won't lose. I'm going to kill you. Wei Qingfan struggled on the arena, and his face was ferocious. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen's 9 slashes just now did not miss any of the injuries on Wei Qingfan's vital points, and the latter could not even get up. Tap, tap! The soft sound of footsteps rang out from the arena, and the hearts of the audience jumped. They saw Chu Hen walking towards Wei Qingfan with an indifferent expression. When he arrived in front of Wei Qingfan, he unceremoniously stepped on his opponent's face. "The current you, what qualifications do you have to fight with me?" His indifferent voice was filled with mockery and disdain. The expressions of the audience changed again, and their hearts were filled with shock again and again. No one had expected that there would be a day when Wei Qingfan's dignity would be trampled under someone's foot. "Stinking brat, move your foot away!" An angry voice rang out from below the arena, and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. This middle-aged man was none other than Wei Qingfan's follower, Wei Han. Ha ha! Chu Hen laughed coldly, and did not seem to care in the slightest. "May I ask who you are? What qualifications do you have to bark at me in the Earth ranking tournament of the whole academy?" "You!" Wei Han's eyes were about to spit fire. If it was not for the fact that the venue did not allow him to do so, he would have already rushed onto the arena. Wei Han, kill him for me, kill him!" Wei Qingfan roared hysterically. Zung! In the next second, a black saber was pressed against Wei Qingfan's throat. Chu Hen said coldly, "If you dare to say another word, I will kill you, you son of a B asterisk TCH. Domineering. Absolutely domineering. At this moment, countless people were convinced by Chu Hen's domineering methods, but many of Wei Qingfan's supporters expressed that they could not bear to watch this any longer. Brat from Tensei Prefecture, that's enough. Dean Yu of Tifeng Province shouted in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Now that Chu Hen was stepping on Wei Qingfan, it was no less than slapping the face of Tifeng Province in front of everyone. Moreover, if Wei Qingfan died in Chu Hen's hands, there was no way he could explain it to the Wei clan. At this time, Dean Yu could only use the authority of the owner of the Imperial Wind to suppress the other party. Since even Dean Yu had spoken, many of Wei Qingfan's supporters echoed, "Don't go too far, Chu Hen. You've already won the competition. What else do you want? Let go of senior brother Wei Qingfan. It's better for everyone to leave a way out." "Ha." Chu Hen laughed. The smile on his face was filled with dense disdain. Then his eyes turned cold, and a deep voice rang out from his mouth. "Leave a way out? I've gone too far. Ha, well said. Well said indeed." However, Chu Hen's voice paused. His ice-cold eyes were filled with the flames of fury. His gaze swept across all the people from the 31 high-ranked martial houses, as he shouted in a stern voice, "I want to ask all of you. Back then, when I, Chu Hen, was in the blazing rain city, my tendons in my arms and legs were severed for no reason, and my 9 main meridians were shattered. A year ago, when I came to the imperial capital, I was inexplicably rejected outside the door of Tifeng Province. Was that considered too much? After that, in just a short period of a month, I was continuously rejected by 27 high-ranked martial houses. Was that considered too much? The night before I came to Tensei Prefecture, I was chased by over 20 assassins. Was that considered too much? After that, before and after the Star Prodigy competition in St. Bell City, even in the first elimination round of the Earth ranking competition, I was targeted again and again. Was that considered too much? Chu Hen's eyes were red. The anger and gloom that had accumulated in his heart for a year turned into a roar at this moment. Let me ask you, at that time, who spoke up for me, Chu Hen? Who told this bastard to leave a way out? Let me ask all of you here, who has the right to lecture me, Chu Hen. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen's aura rose abruptly, and his eyes shot out 2 cold rays of killing intent. Bang! A muffled sound resounded. Chu Hen's foot kicked Wei Qingfan's face heavily. Along with the splattering blood, Wei Qingfan directly let out a muffled groan. Subsequently, his entire body was sent flying from beside Chu Hen's foot. The hearts of everyone present trembled heavily. All of them were so shocked that their faces turned ghastly pale. Young Master Wei Han, who was below the arena, was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly pounced in the direction where Wei Qingfan was sent flying. The moment Wei Han caught hold of Wei Qingfan, the surging and terrifying hidden energy shockwave swept out like a torrent. Bang! Several of Wei Han's ribs were directly shattered. His vital energy and blood surged up, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Looking at Wei Han, who was sent flying along with Wei Qingfan, the hearts of everyone present trembled incessantly. Everyone's heart was filled with a single word: ruthless. He was truly ruthless. Chu Hen stood proudly on the arena, overflowing with domineering aura. At this moment, that handsome young man's face seemed to be exceptionally ruthless. Chapter 229. The All-Academy Martial Competition. The Earth-ranking competition. The atmosphere in the arena of the Battle of the Champions was dead silent. Looking at Wei Qingfan, who had been kicked off the arena by Chu Hen, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and even their backs felt cold. Just now, Chu Hen's kick had landed directly on Wei Qingfan's face, and the latter's entire face was covered in blood. If the spirit armor on his body had not blocked part of the impact, his head would have exploded on the spot. Even so, Wei Han, who had caught Wei Qingfan, had several of his ribs shattered by the residual force from Wei Qingfan's body. Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Chu Hen had no intention of letting Wei Qingfan go. But seeing Wei Qingfan lying motionless on the ground, his aura so weak that it was almost impossible to detect any signs of life, many people present felt a chill run down their spines. All of them looked at Chu Hen with gazes filled with fear, and at the same time, everyone's hearts were incomparably complicated. Back in Flame Rain City, the tendons in his arms and legs were cut off for no reason, and his 9 main meridians were shattered. Before he was admitted, he was inexplicably rejected by Tifeng Province. In just a short month, he was consecutively rejected by 27 high-ranked martial houses. Then there was the midnight ambush. Xingrui was insulted by Rin Chong in the struggle for the top. St. Bell City was opposed with equal harshness, and even in the first elimination round of the Earth ranking tournament, all 32 people in the entire competition area surrounded and attacked Chu Hen. Every sentence, every word, every debt, and the hatred and anger that had accumulated for a year at this moment, all turned into Chu Hen's crazy revenge and angry roar. The entire arena was dead silent. The crowd that had accused Chu Hen just now felt as if they had been slapped hard in the face, and they did not make a sound. No one had expected that there would be so much hatred between Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan, just based on the inhumane actions of severing the tendons of his hand and shattering the 9 martial veins of his body. Chu Hen had the absolute reason to shut everyone up. His words, "Who here is qualified to lecture me, Chu Hen?" were both indignant and heart-wrenching. Shilan, Yu Qinyu, Li Hui, Mufeng, Xiaoyan, Baiyue, and everyone else in Tensei Prefecture felt an indescribable dryness in their mouths at this moment. The handsome young man who usually had a gentle smile on his face actually had such an unimaginable experience. "I'm sorry." Long Xuan's red lips parted slightly as she muttered to herself. As Chu Hen's sister, Long Xuan finally understood how much she had neglected her duty. In Long Zhan's letter, he kept asking her and Long Qingyang to take good care of Chu Hen. This was because Long Zhan knew that his 3rd child was different from ordinary people. Chu Hen's heart was the most sensitive. Chu Hen did not take it to heart when others ridiculed and bullied him. However, once someone touched his bottom line, Chu Hen would definitely retaliate crazily. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would be enraged. Wolves had barbs, and those who touched them would die. Luo Mingshang clenched her hands into fists and pursed her red lips. Her soft eyes were filled with a faint ripple. From the first time she saw Chu Hen, she had a special feeling that this man was different from others. After a few encounters, Luo Mingchang's heart would often throb. She had never felt such a feeling before. Tifeng Province. Sparkling tears kept swirling in Yi Yao's eyes, and eventually she could not help but let them flow. It was only at this moment that Yi Yao finally understood why Chu Hen had been framed in Flaming Rain City. It was Wei Qingfan. This also meant that this matter had something to do with her sister, Yi Yu. In Yi Yao's heart, she had always dreamed that one day her most admired brother Chu Hen and her most relied on sister would reconcile, just like before. Now that dream was completely shattered, completely disillusioned. At this moment, in Yi Yu's eyes, the ruthless young man in front of her was extremely terrifying. In her mind, the words that Chu Hen had said during the Star Elite competition surfaced once again. "Tell that person that this is just interest. One day I, Chu Hen, will definitely pierce this cold spear into his throat." In less than a year's time, Chu Hen already possessed such an ability. After watching Wei Qingfan being beaten like a dead dog by Chu Hen, Yi Yu's hands were trembling nonstop. Many complicated emotions surged into her heart like a tide. Fear, and a trace of regret. But more than that, she was at a loss. Yi Yu was really at a loss. Did she make the right choice back then? But she understood that no matter what, that youth would not look at her again. After a long silence, the atmosphere on the field gradually picked up. They were all whispering, and no one dared to make a ruckus. At this moment, the deans of the 31 high-ranked martial houses were filled with complicated emotions. The only Earth list champion standing on the arena was the monstrous genius who had been rejected by the 27 academies back then. As expected, that proverb was true. Better to bully the old than the young. Now, the deans of the various academies had the urge to strangle the teachers in charge of student recruitment. If their eyes had been bright back then the student standing on the arena right now might have been from their academy. What did an Earth list champion mean? Everyone knew that from today onwards, the Tensei Prefecture would rise with just Chu Hen alone. Cough, cough. At this moment, Imperial Marshal Dean Guan Du suddenly walked to the front and said in a clear voice, "Chu Hen, are you willing to join my Imperial Martial Academy?" What? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the entire arena immediately burst into a clamor. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Wasn't this clearly a poaching? But even if it was a poaching, it shouldn't be like this. However, this wasn't the first time Imperial Martial Academy had done something like this. In the past, there were often cases of them poaching geniuses and core teachers from other academies. But it was undeniable that every genius poached by Imperial Martial Academy had shone brilliantly, and they were much more outstanding than the previous martial houses. Without a doubt, Imperial Martial Academy's teaching quality and teaching resources were incomparable to other martial houses. In the Tensei Prefecture region, even the mild-tempered Song Chunglai couldn't help but curse. "This old man is too shameless." Everyone else also revealed expressions of anger and nervousness. Only Dean Zhang's expression didn't change. On the arena, the cold aura released by Chu Hen retracted. He raised his eyes and looked at Imperial Marshal Dean Guan Du on the northern spectator stand. His eyes were calm without the slightest ripple. Guan Du raised his right hand and continued, "As long as you come to my Imperial Martial Academy, we can satisfy any of your requirements. The teachers will arrange the best for you, and you will have priority in cultivation resources, spirit weapons, martial arts, elixirs. As long as our Imperial Martial Academy can provide it, you can enjoy it unconditionally. Wow." As soon as he said this, the entire audience immediately burst into gasps of surprise. Guan Du really dared to say such a thing. Everyone's gaze towards Chu Hen was filled with dense envy. In order to obtain him, Guan Du really shed a lot of blood. Then, Su Shi of the Lingxi Martial House, Kwang Wei of the Mammoth Academy, and Wei of the Bright Moon Academy all extended their olive branches to Chu Hen. "Chu Hen, I sincerely invite you to join the Lingxi Martial House. You will have priority in our academy's best resources. Spirit weapons, martial arts, elixirs, we don't lack them either. What do you want? Just tell me. The Mammoth Martial House welcomes you. You and Long Qingyang will have priority in our academy's resources." Kwang Wei directly brought up Long Qingyang. The crowd couldn't help but be a little startled. Kwang Wei really knew how to use his connections. However, Kwang Wei's actions also reminded Wei of the Bright Moon Academy. "If you join my Bright Moon Academy, you can Long Xuan and you'll have priority in our academy's best resources. If you and your brother have any requests, we will do our best to satisfy them." The crowd gasped and no one could remain calm. The deans of the 4 top academies were openly fighting over a single person. This was something that had never happened before. Di Fingyu's face was dark, but he didn't say a word. After all, Chu Hen had just slapped Tifeng Province's face in front of everyone. If he accepted Chu Hen into the academy, it would be hard to explain to House Wei. In reality, Tifeng Province had been the most hopeful to accept Chu Hen. However, it was Di Fingyu who had pushed Chu Hen out the door first, leading to today's situation. He believed that from today onwards, those responsible for accepting Wei Qingfan's benefits and rejecting Chu Hen outside the door, their good days would soon come to an end. The 4 academies all extended an olive branch to Chu Hen at the same time. The crowd in Tensei Prefecture was getting more and more nervous. After all, no one would not be tempted by such an excellent offer. Among the entire Heavenly Star Marshall House's audience, only Shi Lan's expression did not change in the slightest. At this moment, Chu Hen had already cupped his fists at the four deans. His voice was firm, and there was no hesitation in his eyes. "Thank you for your support, deans, but Chu Hen will only stay in the Heavenly Star Academy." "Only the Heavenly Star Academy." His resolute tone proved Chu Hen's determination. Boom! In a split second, the entire Heavenly Star Marshall House erupted in cheers that soared to the sky. Song Ching Lai, Shadowless, and the other instructors all heaved a sigh of relief. "Haha, good job, Senior Chu Hen." Li Hui shouted excitedly. "Handsome. Haha, this handsome Feng has decided. From today onwards, the title of the most handsome person in the world will belong to... Oh my God! F asterisk TK." Mu Feng was so excited that he rolled off the stage. What followed was a frenzy of jubilation, accompanied by an earth-shattering applause. The same sentence ignited a frenzy of excitement in the audience. "Chu Hen champion! Chu Hen champion!" Not only Heavenly Star, but even Giant Elephant, Hao Yue, and the other disciples from the Marshall House were also cheering loudly. The inter-school martial arts competition, the Earth ranking battle. In the battle between the dragon and the tiger, only Chu Hen stood proudly. Chapter 230. He defeated all his opponents with one spear and became the laureate king with one saber. Accompanied by the thunderous applause of the audience, the terrestrial list battle of the Academy Martial Arts competition came to an end. The result was something no one had expected. The winner was not Shen Yunxi, not Yao Zhan, not Shang Guanyan, and definitely not the king of popularity that everyone had been anticipating, Wei Qingfan. Chu Hen came from the worst school, Tensei Prefecture. After this battle, the name of Chu Hen resounded throughout the capital and the Sacred Star Dynasty. There was no doubt that Tensei Prefecture would rise again. Flaming Rain City, General's Mansion. In a spacious courtyard, Long Zhan held a small shovel in his hand and was tending to a few gladiolus plants. Although this was a leisurely job, Long Zhan did not have any idle expression. Usually, Long Zhan did not have the time to do these things. After all, he had to deal with all the matters of the general's mansion. However, in the past 6 months, the situation of the general's mansion had become increasingly pessimistic. The Yi family and the Lu family had jointly suppressed the general's mansion, taking away most of the financial resources. So now, there were fewer and fewer things that could be handled by Long Zhan personally. Although the general's mansion was a force of the royal family, it could only be said to be in the past. Since the old General Long Bo passed away, Long Zhan was only using the name of the general's mansion. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it the Long family. In fact, the big and small families in Flaming Rain City had gradually begun to address themselves as the Long family. Originally, no matter what, the Long family was one of the 4 major forces in Flaming Rain City, along with the Yi family, the Lu family, and the Liang family. Since a year ago, when Chu Hen publicly disabled Lu Shao at Yi Yu's birthday banquet, Long Zhan had formed a feud with the Yi family and the Lu family for Chu Hen. As the roots of the calamity continued to grow and the 2 families joined hands to suppress them, the Long family's life in Flame of Rain City became more and more difficult. Fortunately, the Liang family's patriarch, Liang Hui, remembered their old friendship and would occasionally help Long Zhan in secret. That was why the Long family's current economic income was barely enough to maintain the entire family's operations. I wonder how my 3 children are doing now. Long Zhan stopped what he was doing and let out a sigh of relief. He seemed to be lost in thought. "Patriarch, patriarch!" At this moment, an extremely anxious voice rang out from outside the courtyard. A young guard hurriedly ran in from outside. "Family head, something bad has happened. The Yi family wants to buy our land deeds in the south of the city. Also, The Liang family has poached all the servants in our shops in the north of the city at a high price. This is too much." A cold light flashed in Long John's eyes. His hands clenched into fists, and the small iron shovel in his hands was bent by his secret force. The land deeds in the south of the city and the shops in the north of the city were the Long family's only two sources of income. If they lost these two assets, the Long family would collapse without a doubt. The Yi family and the Liang family wanted to completely cut off the Long family's path of survival. "Patriarch!" Not waiting for Long John's side to calm down, another figure hurriedly ran in. What ruthless move did the Yi family and the Lu family make this time? Long John shouted in a deep voice. No. The guard's head shook like a rattledrum. His face was full of excitement. Imperial capital. There's news from the imperial capital. Young master hen heir? Long John clenched his fists and asked anxiously, "What happened to hen heir?" Young master hen. He took the championship of the All Academy martial competition's Earth ranking. What? The sudden news made the other guard next to him turn pale with fright. Long John raised his eyebrows, and the gloominess on his face instantly disappeared. Ha, my son is amazing, haha. Also, young master also entered the top 32, and second miss also entered the top 8. Good. Long John was extremely excited. His sharp eyes revealed the light of surprise. This was really a joyous occasion. Immediately, another guard appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. "Patriarch, Steward Li from the Fu Lu Merchant Association is here. He said that he wants to discuss with Patriarch about the shop that you had your eyes on the day before yesterday. He said that he will rent it to us for free for a year. After a year, the rent will be halved. Also, Boss Lu from the Yinhua Merchant Association is waiting outside. He asked me to inform you that if the general's residence needs manpower, feel free to ask them. They will only charge 30% of the labor fee." In less than half a day, the general's residence's entrance was almost bursting with people. The threshold was almost broken. Other than the Yi family and the Lu family, all the big and small families' merchant associations in the Flame of Rain City brought gifts to Long John's residence. The entrance of the general's residence, which had been deserted for a year, was now especially lively. Even when General Long was still alive, it was not as lively as today. "Please help me tell Patriarch Long John that the piece of land that you mentioned to me the day before yesterday, I will rent it to you for free." "Oh no, I will give it to the general's residence. Please also tell Patriarch Long John that if he needs any help in the future, feel free to let me know. As long as I have it, I will definitely lend it to you. Even if I don't have it, I will definitely lend it to you. From today onwards, whoever dares to go against the general's residence will be going against the Fu Lu Merchant Association. The rising tide lifts the boat. Because of Chu Hen's victory, the general's residence ushered in a glorious moment that had not been seen for more than a decade. However, at this moment, Long John was drinking and playing chess with the Liang family's patriarch, Liang Hui, in the backyard. "Haha, I say, Brother Long, your hall is so crowded now. Why are you still playing chess with me here leisurely?" Liang Hui laughed. Long John smiled faintly, a hint of frivolity surging in between his handsome brows. "Although I, Long John, am not a hero, I have always respected my own heart. When my Long family was in trouble, only you, Brother Liang, generously helped us. I, Long John, will always remember this kindness. As for those people who are despised by those who are low in the valley and rely on glory, I, Long John, do not want to be friends with them." Long John's character was clear about kindness and hatred, and he was upright and unyielding. He could see himself clearly when he was in sorrow and see his friends clearly when he was in turmoil. Long John had his own pride, and he only befriended people who were worthy of his friendship. "Haha, Brother Long is an upright person. I admire you. Brother Liang, you're too kind." The two of them toasted each other. Then Liang Hui let out a long sigh and shook his head with a smile. Yi Qing and Lu Xian will probably not be able to sleep every night. The capital. In the blink of an eye, almost a month had passed since the end of the Earth List Tournament. Even so, the popularity of the Earth List Tournament had yet to die down. It's already been a month. Has Wei Qingfan been saved? I don't know. Chu Hen was really ruthless. Even if Wei Qingfan didn't die, he would have lost half of his life. He definitely won't be able to recover in a short time. Right. When will the Heaven List Tournament begin? I don't know. There's still no news yet. I heard a rumor that the Heaven List Tournament this time is related to the royal family. The situation in the capital was unstable. While everyone was in a heated discussion, it was time for the academy to recruit new students once again. Even though the exact time hadn't been set, Tensei Prefecture was bustling with visitors, and there would be people coming to inquire about the recruitment of new students every day. In this 1 month's time, Tensei Prefecture had the momentum to rise again. In the past month, Tensei Prefecture was naturally immersed in a bustling atmosphere every day. Chu Hen had become the most popular genius in the academy, and he even faintly surpassed Ji Xian. Due to their relationship as instructor Xilan, sparks would occasionally fly between Chu Hen and Ji Xian, but there weren't any major physical conflicts during this period of time. Towards this kind of thing, the others also turned a blind eye to it. The academy awarded all the students that participated in the Earth List Tournament with star points. All the participants obtained a reward of 2,000 star points. Those that successfully advanced to the first round of elimination would obtain 6,000 star points, and those that advanced into the top 32 would obtain 20,000 star points. Bai Yue, who advanced into the top 16, had an additional 30,000 star points, and Xiao Yan, who advanced into the top 8, had 40,000 star points. As for Chu Hen, who won the championship domineeringly, he directly obtained 60,000 star points. Coupled with the 15,000 star points from before, Chu Hen had a total of 75,000 star points. This meant that Chu Hen's academy badge would be changed to black, and he would have the qualifications to leave the academy early. He could enjoy all the best resources in Tensei Prefecture first. He had only entered the academy for a year, and he already obtained 75,000 5-star points. Chu Hen's results directly crushed Ji Xian back then. Today's cultivation lesson will end here. Everyone can disperse. In addition, Chu Hen, Ji Xian, the two of you still need to make the best use of your time to cultivate. If you want to participate in the Heaven List Great Battle. Yes, Instructor Xilan. Got it, Instructor. Everyone nodded, then dispersed one after another. Ji Xian just wanted to go forward and say something to Xilan, but Chu Hen had already walked to Xilan's side first. Instructor, how's your body recovering? Today was Xilan's first lesson in this month. Because she used the Celestial Sacred Heart art, Xilan had always been in a weak state, so during this period of time, Chu Hen and the rest had basically been cultivating on their own. Even though Xilan's face still had a trace of paleness, it was much better than before. I'm fine. Xilan smiled faintly, and her beautiful eyes surged with gentleness that was different from when she looked at others. Thinking of this, Chu Hen more or less felt somewhat ashamed. He didn't expect that the side effects of the Celestial Sacred Heart art would be so great. Instructor, thank you. Instructor Xilan, please wait a moment. Without waiting for Chu Hen and Xilan to finish speaking, a slightly hurried figure walked over. Instructor Roshan? The person who came was Advanced Instructor Roshan. She walked in front of Xilan and said to the few people who had dispersed, Chu Hen and Ji Xian, the two of you go to the conference hall. Chapter 231. Chu Hen and Ji Xian, the two of you go to the conference hall. Mentor Roshan, what's the matter? Chu Hen asked. The others around them also looked at them in confusion. I'm not sure about the details. Roshan shook her head and glanced at Xilan. She then said, but I think it's related to the Heaven List battle. Heaven List battle? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. After a month, they finally heard news about the Heaven List battle. Is the Heaven List battle about to begin? Ji Xian's voice was filled with anticipation. Because Ji Xian had directly entered the Heaven List, he could not participate in the Earth List battle. In the end, Chu Hen unexpectedly took all of the limelight. This really made Ji Xian unhappy in his heart. In particular, Xilan was more and more partial to Chu Hen, which made Ji Xian even more jealous in order to regain his position as the #1 person in Tensei Prefecture. Ji Xian had to prove himself in the upcoming Heaven List battle. I think so, Roshan replied. Go. Don't waste time, said Xilan. Chu Hen and Ji Xian nodded. A moment later, in the conference hall of Tensei Prefecture that was decorated in an antique style, when Chu Hen and Ji Xian arrived, they realized that Xiao Yan and Bai Yue were already there. Junior brother Chu Hen, I haven't seen you for a long time. You're still so energetic. Xiao Yan greeted in a hearty voice. Chu Hen smiled and returned the greeting. Senior brother Xiao Yan, senior sister Yue. Bai Yue nodded gently as a greeting. Compared to the indifference she had in the past, the current Bai Yue looked at Chu Hen with a slightly different gaze than before. The reason for this was naturally because Chu Hen had displayed her ultimate skill, the Shadow Moon Dance. During the Earth ranking battle, Ji Xian couldn't help but frown when he saw how familiar Chu Hen and Xiao Yan were. Ji Xian hated both of them. Soon, a series of steady footsteps came from outside the door. The four of them lifted their eyelids and saw Principal Jiang, leading Song Qinglai and a few other elders appear at the entrance of the main hall. Greetings, Principal Jiang and elders. The four of them cupped their fists and greeted in unison. Don't stand on ceremony. As Principal Jiang spoke, he led the few of them into the house and walked to the top of the main hall. However, when Principal Jiang saw the anticipation in the four of their eyes, he lifted his head slightly and went straight to the point. The reason I asked the four of you here today is to tell you about the Heaven List tournament. It really was the Heaven List battle. The few of them couldn't help but look a little more solemn. To put it simply, the one behind the Heaven List battle isn't our 31 high-ranked martial houses. It's the royal family of the Sacred Star Empire. What? Royal family? Chu Hen, Xiao Yan, and the other two looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. The royal family has selected a total of 100 of the strongest genius students from various high-ranked martial houses. The opponents that you're going to face next aren't from the Sacred Star Empire. Not from the Sacred Star Empire? The four of them were even more shocked. What was going on? Principal Jiang, what you're saying is that our Saint Star Empire will be competing with the geniuses from other empires in an inter-empire competition. Ji Xian voiced out the confusion and thoughts in his heart. That's right. Principal Jiang said solemnly. Then who are our opponents? Xiao Yan asked. Principal Jiang's eyes focused, and his throat moved slightly before he uttered a few words. It's the other 5 empires of the 100 Kingdoms state. The other 5 empires! Gasp! The moment the words left his mouth, Chu Hen, Ji Xian, and the other 2 could not help but gasp. There was an unconcealable shock on their faces. As everyone knew, the Sacred Star Empire was located in the east of this vast continent. The area they were in was called the 100 Kingdom State. The 100 Kingdom State was vast, and there were countless forces of various sizes, as well as more than 100 dynasties and countries. The most powerful forces in the 100 Kingdom State were the 6 great dynasties. The 6 great dynasties kept each other in check and each ruled over a region. They were the Windy Mist Dynasty, the Gigantic Rock Dynasty, the Flame Shadow Dynasty, the Sword Dynasty, the Heaven Net Dynasty, and the Sacred Star Empire. The forces of the 6 great dynasties were relatively balanced, and their overall strength was relatively close. However, each of them had their own unique characteristics. Most of the citizens of the Misty Wind dynasty were related to the bloodline boundary between the two attributes of water and wind. The people in the gigantic Rock dynasty had the bloodline boundary with the earth attribute. Wu Xiao from the Flame Shadow dynasty was good at using the fire attribute. The Sword dynasty, as the name suggested, had more people who used the sword. As for the Heaven Net dynasty, it was similar to the Sacred Star Empire. There were all kinds of bloodline boundaries, and there were not too many people with the same physique. Of course, it was not entirely a good thing to have a single bloodline boundary or too many types. It could only be said that each had its own advantages. To compete with the geniuses of the other 5 great dynasties, hearing Principal Zhang's explanation, Chu Hen, Ji Xian, Xiao Yan, and Bai Yue were unable to react for a while. They originally thought it was just an ordinary academy martial competition. They did not expect it to be related to the imperial family. To put it simply, the imperial family will select the 100 strongest genius students from all the martial houses in the imperial city to represent the imperial family. Bai Yue said after she sorted out her emotions. The 4 of them looked at Principal Zhang, and the latter nodded. That's right. The 4 of them could not help but exclaim in admiration. The imperial family's plan was really big. Out of the 100 people, 68 of them were directly selected. The remaining 32 people would have to go through many rounds of selection. The selected people were definitely the elites of the elites, the geniuses of the geniuses. It could be seen that the competition between the 6 great dynasties was definitely an important matter for the imperial family. The 4 of you will head to the imperial palace tomorrow. At that time, the imperial family will tell you all the details of the Sky List competition. Principal Zhang said. Naturally, the 4 of them from Tensei Prefecture were not the only ones heading to the imperial palace. The 100 monstrous geniuses of the Sky List would gather at the imperial palace tomorrow. Representing the imperial family, apart from being shocked, the 4 of them were clearly excited. In the history of the Sacred Star Empire, this kind of thing was rare. To be able to show off in such a grand occasion was an opportunity that countless of the younger generation could only hope for. But then again, he thought about it. If the 6 great dynasties were to compete, they would definitely send out the top monstrous geniuses. As the representative of the Sacred Star Empire, the pressure was not small. Principal Zhang, we will go back to prepare first. Ji Xian said. Wait. Huh. The 4 of them were stunned. Was there anything else? Principal Zhang's gaze swept across Chu Hen, Xiao Yan, and Bai Yu and said with praise, this time the performance of the 3 of you in the Earth ranking tournament was very good. Since you are about to participate in the Heaven ranking tournament, since you are about to participate in the Sky List competition, I will give each of you a gift. After saying that, Principal Zhang waved his hand. With a whoosh sound, for balls of light swept out from his sleeve and floated in front of the 4 of them. This is... Their eyes lit up. There were 4 weapons in the balls of light. From the energy waves that they emitted, they could accurately determine that these 4 weapons were spiritual weapons. Bai Yue was holding a lightsaber in front of her. This lightsaber was quite similar to her own weapon. But what was different was that the saber in front of her was flowing with an azure light, and its silvery white body was engraved with mysterious runes and patterns. This saber is called Green Spring. Its blade is light and is suitable for the agile wuxiu. Song Chenglai explained. Bai Yue's beautiful eyes lit up and a hint of joy appeared on her pretty face. In front of Xiao Yan was a pair of boxing gloves. The gloves shone with a gentle red glow, and an obscure yet violent power was transmitted from it. It was very strange. Magic-breaking gloves. Its power is shocking and can split mountains and rivers. It is suitable for the strength-type wuxiu. In front of Ji Xian was a spiritual pearl. The spiritual pearl was the size of a baby's fist. Silver electric patterns surrounded it, and the violent energy waves were abnormally shocking. Thunder Pearl. It can attract the power of heavenly thunder. It is extremely lethal. However, in the ball of light floating in front of Chu Hen, there was a pair of purple wings the size of a palm. The wings were made of an unknown material. Its entire body was flowing with purple light and emitted a sharp aura. Purple shadow wings, a flying spiritual weapon. It can increase speed and release additional power. Shadow wings / a flying spiritual weapon? Upon hearing these words, the other 3 people could not help but look at him in admiration. This also meant that before reaching the void-piercing realm, Chu Hen could already soar in the sky. This was really something to be envied. In particular, it could increase speed and release additional power. It was obvious that the grade of Chu Hen's spiritual weapon was definitely higher than that of the other 3. However, this was all too normal. After all, Chu Hen had won the championship of the Earth, ranking for Tensei Prefecture. It was not unreasonable for the Academy to give him the best reward. Looking at the treasures in front of them, the 4 people's eyes were filled with surprise. They had given out 4 spiritual weapons in one go. This time, Tensei Prefecture was really generous. Everyone go and get ready. Tomorrow in the Imperial City, don't be rude. Follow the rules and be careful with your words and actions. Principal Jiang instructed. Yes, Principal. Immediately, the 4 people put away their spiritual weapons and left the conference hall. Principal Jiang and the others in the hall were silent. After a short silence, Principal Jiang said earnestly, "The competition between the 6 dynasties is much more difficult than the All-Academy Martial Arts competition." Song Qinglai let out a long sigh and replied, "Now that things have come to this, we can only trust these young people." Chapter 232. After leaving the conference hall, Chu Hen, Ji Xian, Xiaoyan, and Bai Yue went their separate ways. Before leaving, they agreed to meet at the entrance of the academy the next morning and head to the Imperial City together. Although Ji Xian was unhappy with Chu Hen and Xiaoyan, they were all students from Tensei Prefecture after all. Hence, he reluctantly nodded his head and agreed. Casually, Chu Hen went alone to the empty space in the maple forest where he usually trained. Every day at this time, he would train his saber technique for at least 2 hours. Even after the Earth List tournament ended, he had never stopped. In Chu Hen's mind, defeating Wei Qingfan was not his only goal. His biggest goal was to step onto the peak of the martial arts in this world. Of course, he was still far away from this goal. The next step was the upcoming Heaven List tournament, the 6-nation competition, Misty Empire, Giant Rock Empire, Flame Shadow Empire, Sword Empire, Tianluo Empire, and Sacred Star Empire. Until now, Chu Hen's heart had not completely calmed down. After all, before the inter-school martial arts competition, he had not heard any news. Everyone thought that this year's competition was only different from last year's. They would never have thought that the royal family was behind this competition. 100 top geniuses would be selected to participate in the 6-nation competition for the Sacred Star Empire. Chu Hen felt helpless for being kept in the dark, but he also felt happy for being recognized by the royal family. However, he also felt a little bit of pressure. That is the real gathering of geniuses, the competition for supremacy. After thinking about it carefully, Chu Hen let out a long sigh of relief. Not to mention what kind of abnormal geniuses the other 5 countries were. Even the monstrous geniuses of the Sacred Star Empire who were listed in the heavenly list were not many of them. If he wanted to stand out in this kind of top competition, there was no doubt that he had to improve his strength. Immediately, Chu Hen calmed the restlessness in his heart. Then he moved his palm. A dazzling white light flashed, and a pair of palm-sized purple flying wings appeared in his hands. Purple shadow wings, a flying-type spirit artifact that can increase one's speed and strength. Shadow wing slash. This was also a pleasant surprise for Chu Hen. He did not expect that Principal Jiang would give him such a generous and valuable reward. Buzz! Following that, Chu Hen released a wisp of quintessential essence into the purple shadow wings. When the purple shadow wings felt the external energy infusing into it, it released a strange energy fluctuation. A magnificent purple light blossomed, and a glass-like, resplendent luster lingered around it. Immediately after, the purple shadow wings automatically floated up from Chu Hen's palm and flew towards Chu Hen's back. When the two wings stuck to his back, Chu Hen could clearly feel a special power penetrating through his clothes and fusing into his body. Hua! A piercingly cold airflow roared as a strong gust of wind swept out, directly causing the leaves of the surrounding maple trees to fall. In a split second, a pair of purple light wings over 5 meters wide appeared on Chu Hen's back. This is... Chu Hen cast a sidelong glance at the purple wings of light behind him. There was still an astonished expression between his brows. The appearance of the wings was similar to the wings of a certain eagle-type demonic beast. It was crystal clear and had purple light flowing around it. Under the contrast of this pair of light wings, Chu Hen gave off a faint demonic feeling. Following that, under Chu Hen's control, the light wings on his back gently flapped. Along with the might of the airflow that spread in all directions, Chu Hen's feet slowly left the ground and gradually floated in the air. Seeing that the ground below was getting farther and farther away, Chu Hen's face revealed a great surprise. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, Chu Hen carefully controlled the purple shadow wings and tried to move in the air. Xiao! A purple light flashed, and a series of afterimages appeared in the air. In an instant, Chu Hen had already flashed to a position more than 10 meters away. Such a fast and violent speed was equivalent to more than twice his usual speed. Chu Hen was overjoyed. The feeling of flying in the air is really cool. Immediately after, Chu Hen constantly changed his position in the air, like a phantom, wantonly moving through the maple forest. They looked like streaks of flowing lights and shadows, dazzling the eyes. Whoosh! In less than half a cup of tea's time, Chu Hen landed back on the ground. Feeling that almost 2/3 of the true essence in his body had been squandered, he could not help but smile helplessly. This purple shadow wings was really useful, but it consumed too much true essence. In less than half a cup of tea's time, more than half of his true essence had been consumed. It really made people speechless. But then again, flying in the air was an ability that only void-piercing realm powerhouses could have, and it did not belong to the scope of the core transformation, Realm Wuxiu. There were not many methods that could allow the core transformation, Realm Wuxiu, to fly for a long time. And this flying spirit tool was one of them. There was no doubt that the true essence was greatly consumed. Another reason was that with Chu Hen's current strength, he could not freely use the power of the purple shadow wings. In the future, as Chu Hen's cultivation level increased, the consumption of true essence would naturally decrease. Buzz! With a single thought, the purple wings on Chu Hen's back began to dissipate. What was surprising was that the pair of purple wings directly turned into a ray of light and merged into the clothes on his back. Following that, Chu Hen could also feel a strange power sticking to the skin of his back. Chu Hen was slightly startled at first. Then he could not help but laugh. So that's how it is. The power of the purple shadow wings could be directly merged into the back. When he wanted to use it, he only needed to use the true essence to activate it. It was very convenient. This treasure is really not bad. I wonder if it is ranked on the spirit tool list? Forget it. I should hurry up and cultivate. Without saying much, Chu Hen took out the limitless tooth and began to practice his knife skills as usual. The next morning, Chu Hen, Ji Xian, Xiao Yan, and Bai Yue met at the gate of the Tensei Prefecture according to yesterday's agreement. After a simple greeting, the four of them went to the Imperial City together. The Imperial City was the highest authority in the whole Sacred Star dynasty. It was located in the central area of the Imperial City. Without a doubt, There was no building in the whole Sacred Star dynasty that could be compared to the imperial city. The huge palace city was majestic and magnificent, resplendent and magnificent. The broad and majestic palace wall was like a mountain. The extraordinary palace gate was tens of meters high. 2 rows of guards wearing heroic armor and holding sharp spears lined up neatly on both sides of the palace gate. Anyone who saw this would be afraid and did not dare to approach. "Who is it?" When Chu Hen, Ji Xian, and the other 2 arrived, they were stopped by 2 guards. "Brother guard, we are students from the Tensei Prefecture. We are here to understand the details of the Heaven List War," Xiaoyan said with a gentle smile. Hearing that they were students who were qualified to participate in the Heaven List War, the guard's expression eased up. "Please show me your school's token." "Okay." Xiaoyan nodded slightly and took out a black pentagram badge. Chu Hen, Ji Xian, and Bai Yue took out their respective school badges. The guard checked it carefully. After confirming that there were no problems, he stepped aside and pointed to the palace gate behind them. "Please wait at the dojo in front of the Golden Throne Hall." "Thank you." Xiaoyan nodded. Then the 4 of them passed through the tall palace gate and entered the imperial city. As soon as they entered the imperial city, everyone's eyes widened. Numerous Dao platforms of various sizes that had distinct levels, and numerous magnificent buildings that were covered in gold, glazed tiles, and carved railings appeared before their eyes. The vastness of the imperial city caused one to gasp in amazement. Groups of armored guards patrolled the perimeter of the imperial city. As expected of the imperial city, Xiaoyan said in surprise. It was Chu Hen, Ji Xian, and Bai Yue's first time in the imperial city, so they were more or less in awe. "Let's go," Ji Xian said faintly. Then he took the lead and walked towards the most magnificent palace in front of him. That palace was the Golden Throne Hall, where the emperor would usually go to court to discuss matters. Right in front of the palace was a vast Dao platform square. There was a 10-meter wide cauldron in the middle of the Dao platform. It symbolized that the words of the monarch of a country carried enormous weight, signifying the prosperity of the dynasty. At this moment, there were already a few people gathered on the square. Needless to say, these people must be the Heaven List students from the other martial houses who had arrived earlier. A formless, sharp aura leaked out from their bodies. The people who came here were the top geniuses of the various advanced academies. Chu Hen's eyes couldn't help but become serious. Any random person was an opponent that wasn't weak. When the 4 of them walked onto the square, the crowd in front of them looked at them in surprise. But soon, the expressions on everyone's faces turned to disdain and contempt. "So the geniuses from Tensei Prefecture have arrived. What a surprise!" It's indeed a surprise. To be able to get through the top 32 of the Earth list and obtain 3 spots on the Heaven list, it's really rare. Everyone's tone was mixed with a hint of disdain. Although Tensei Prefecture had won the Earth list battle and obtained 3 spots on the Heaven list, most of the people here were top geniuses who had directly entered the Heaven list. But most of the people here were top geniuses who had directly entered the Heaven list. On a certain level, the geniuses who had directly entered the Heaven list were more outstanding than the students who had obtained their spots through the Earth list battle. Therefore, in the eyes of these arrogant geniuses, they looked down on the students from Tensei Prefecture, especially Chu Hen, Xiaoyan, and Bai Yue, who had obtained their spots through the Earth list. In their opinion, if all the geniuses in the Imperial City participated in the all-school martial arts competition, then Tensei Prefecture would have nothing to do with it. Chapter 233. By the time Chu Hen, Ji Xian, and the other 2 arrived at the designated plaza, there were already quite a few geniuses waiting there. Most of the Heaven ranking students weren't very friendly towards the 4 from Tensei Prefecture. After all, they had been at the bottom of the rankings for the past few years. A mere championship in the Earth ranking tournament wasn't enough to change the opinion of these top geniuses. "Chu Hen, over here!" At this moment, Yu Qinyu's voice suddenly sounded from the other side. Chu Hen raised an eyebrow and turned to look. His eyes lit up when he saw two groups gathered on the left side of the plaza. From the badges on their bodies, they were the geniuses of the Mammoth Martial House and Bright Moon Academy. Besides Yu Qinyu, Long Qingyang and Long Xuanshuang were also there, looking over with smiles in their eyes. "Let's go over there." Chu Hen called out to Xiao Yan and Bai Yue before walking over to Yu Qinyu's side. Xiao Yan and Bai Yue didn't refuse. Ji Xian frowned and hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. "Big brother, second sister, you're here." Long Qingyang smiled slightly, a look of relief in his eyes. Because he had just recovered from his injuries, Long Qingyang's face was a little pale, but he was full of energy. It would only take a few days for him to make a full recovery. "You must be junior brother Chu Hen. I can hear your name no matter where I go this month." A gentle voice sounded from a young man standing behind Long Qingyang. Beside him stood one of the 6 pearls, Shang Guanyan. The few of them looked at Chu Hen with interest. Long Qingyang pulled Chu Hen's wrist and said, "Third brother, let me introduce you. This is the number 1 disciple of the Mammoth Martial House, senior brother Lin Yuan. Haha, I wouldn't dare claim to be number 1, but I'm the oldest." These 2 jokes caused Chu Hen to have a better impression of Lin Yuan. He cupped his fists together and replied politely, "Senior brother Lin Yuan, nice to meet you." Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. At the same time, someone slowly walked out from the Bright Moon Academy team on Long Xuanshuang's side. Junior sister Su Rong has also been attracted by our junior brother Chu Hen?" Lin Yuan glanced sideways and smiled. "Su Rong?" Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they turned to look at the woman. Everyone knew that Su Rong was the number 1 person in the Bright Moon Academy, and her fame was comparable to Lin Yuan's. Su Rong was not a beautiful woman. In terms of appearance, she was not as beautiful as Long Xuanshuang, Bai Yue, Yu Qinyu, or Shang Guanyan, but she had quite a temperament, which made her hard to ignore in the crowd. I just want to see what the person who rejected the 4 deans looks like." Su Rong's voice was very soft and sweet-sounding, giving people a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze, making people feel very close to her. "What do you think? Is he your type?" Lin Yuan asked with a smile. Su Rong ignored him. Instead, Chu Hen felt a little uncomfortable. They had only just met, but he was already being joked about. He was really speechless. Then, Xiao Yan and Bai Yue also greeted the few geniuses from the Giant Elephant Academy and the Bright Moon Academy. Only Ji Xian's face was cold, and he was in a bad mood. He was the number 1 person in the Tensei Prefecture, but everyone's attention was on Chu Hen. It would be strange if he could not calm down. Of course, the people around him were all the number 1 and number 2 people in the various martial houses. Ji Xian, who was usually like the moon surrounded by stars in the academy, was like a crane in a flock of cranes here. Everyone was a top student on the sky list. Apart from the geniuses from the 5 academies, everyone else had the same status. "Hey, Lin Yuan, Su Rong, you 2 are quite early." At the same time, a slightly arrogant voice rang out. Everyone was startled and looked over. They saw a young man who exuded an arrogant aura coming over with a few young men and women. "It's Lingxi Martial House's number 1 person, Wenya." The crowd on the plaza became noisy and restless. The Lingxi Martial House's team? Chu Hen's eyes slightly focused. As expected, he saw that Xin Yunqi was also within the crowd. Xin Yunqi, who was usually high-spirited and had a sharp aura, would attract attention wherever he went. However, at this moment, he was following behind Wenya, like a green leaf beside a red flower. The sharpness of his body was completely overshadowed. "Ah, I arrived earlier than you," Lin Yuan said indifferently. Su Rong did not pay any attention to him. Soon after, another team with an extraordinary aura stepped onto the plaza's platform. "It's Tifeng Province's Situfeng." Everyone's attention was once again drawn over, and their attention was focused on the person in the lead. Situfeng, Tifeng Province's #1 person. This was a gentle and handsome young man with skin as white as a woman's. He walked onto the plaza's platform as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. His arrogant gaze only lingered on Lin Yuan, Su Rong, and Wenye for a moment. As for the others, he did not even look at them. After not seeing him for so long, his face is still as annoying as ever. Lin Yuan murmured indifferently, "I agree with you." Su Rong, who was not far away, also replied. Other than the Bright Moon Academy and the Mammoth Martial House standing together, the Tifeng Province and the Lingxi Martial House stood separately in their respective areas. Chu Hen's gaze swept across the Tifeng Province's team. He was surprised to find that Wei Qingfan was not among them. Not only him, but even Yi Yu did not appear. Wei Qingfan is not here. Yu Qingyu, who was beside him, also seemed to have noticed something. She raised her eyebrows and muttered to herself. Could it be that he was not saved and died? In the past month, there had not been any news about Wei Qingfan from the Wei clan. Some people said that he could not be saved, while others said that he had been beaten into a cripple by Chu Hen. There were all kinds of unreliable rumors and opinions. However, it was also good that he did not come. It would save the other party from feeling annoyed. Abruptly, a cold and ruthless chill suddenly shot towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's heart was slightly startled. He saw that this ruthless chill actually originated from a black-clothed man beside the #1 disciple of the Emperor Wind Martial House, Situfeng. The black-clothed man looked straight at Chu Hen and did not conceal the killing intent in his eyes. Chu Hen frowned. It seemed that he had not seen this person before. Humph! A mocking smile appeared on the man's face. This smile was full of provocation and warning. Who is this person? Chu Hen asked Yu Qingyu in a deep voice. Which one? Yu Qingyu followed Chu Hen's gaze and looked over. When she saw the black-clothed man, she could not help but frown slightly. Renhan! Renhan! A cold light flashed in the corner of Chu Hen's eyes. Ren Chong and Ren Wei are from the same clan. Yes, Yu Qingyu nodded solemnly. This Ren Han is the strongest genius among the younger generation of the Ren clan. His soul lock battle physique, bloodline boundary, is very pure. He can control 8 iron chains to fight at the same time. He is a very difficult person to deal with. So that's how it is. Chu Hen understood. No wonder the other party would inexplicably target him. It turned out that he was from the Ren clan. Rin Chong was killed by Chu Hen in one shot during the Star Prodigy tournament. Rin Wei was tricked by Chu Hen in the first round of the Earth List's elimination zone and was killed by a dozen people working together. Chapter 234. Giant Elephant Lin Yuan, Bright Moon Su Rong, Imperial Wind Situfeng, Spiritual Rhino Wenye. The top disciples of the 4 martial houses had arrived at the Imperial City's Golden Throne Hall on the Dao Platform Plaza. At this moment, all the top geniuses of the Imperial City's academies were gathered there. The young men and women were like the stars and the moon, exuding an air of arrogance. The people from the Imperial Martial Academy are here. Along with a surprised voice, the atmosphere on the Dao platform became noisier. Lin Yuan, Su Rong, Situfeng, and Wenye's attention was attracted by the commotion. Their gazes swept in the same direction at the same time. The first thing that caught their eyes were 5 young figures with powerful auras. Among the 100 spots on the sky list, the Imperial Martial Academy occupied 5 spots. The 5 people walking in front were obviously the abnormal monstrous geniuses who occupied 5 spots on the sky list. These 5 people were 4 men and 1 woman. The aura they exuded was extremely shocking. Lin Yuan, Su Rong, Situfeng, and the others' gazes fell on the young figure in the middle. This was a man of superior temperament and appearance. He had an extraordinary demeanor, and his entire body exuded an innate aristocratic aura. With every step he took, the air around him trembled slightly. Everyone present felt a trace of pressure from him. What a shocking aura! Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered softly. This person's cultivation base was at least at the 7th level of the core transformation realm. This person is the Imperial Martial Academy's top disciple, Huang Fuliang. Yu Chenyu, who was standing beside Chu Hen, said softly. Huang Fu? Chu Hen was slightly surprised. Is he from the Imperial family? Yes. Huang Fuliang's father is the Southern Prince. The Southern Prince was the late Emperor's younger brother and the current Emperor's uncle. In other words, Huang Fuliang was the cousin of the Sacred Star dynasty's emperor. This background was really shocking. No wonder Huang Fuliang exuded an innate aristocratic aura. It turned out that he was a relative of the imperial family. Coupled with his status as the Imperial Martial Academy's top disciple, it was really amazing. The Imperial Martial Academy's team approached from afar. Luo Mingshang, Yao Zhan, Tong Fei, and the other top 32 geniuses on the Earth list were also among them. Then, 2 other familiar figures appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. Those 2 were none other than Wei Qingfan and Yu. Seeing the 2 of them, Chu Hen was clearly surprised. He was surprised that Wei Qingfan had actually been saved. To be honest, during the Earth ranking battle, Chu Hen had no intention of sparing Wei Qingfan's life. Whether it was the 9 slashes from Shadow Moon Dance or the final kick on Wei Qingfan's head, they were all ruthless moves that could threaten his life, logically speaking. Even if Wei Qingfan could be saved, he would probably have to lie in bed for a year and a half. But on second thought, House Wei was a powerful clan in the capital. They definitely had a pile of miraculous pills that could bring the dead back to life. The fact that Wei Qingfan was still alive was not a big surprise. However, what puzzled Chu Hen was why Wei Qingfan and Yi were in the Imperial Martial Academy's team. Shouldn't they be in Tifeng Province? Perhaps sensing Chu Hen's confusion, Yu Chenyu explained, "You still don't know, right? House Wei and Prince Nand are relatives." Oh! Chu Hen's face revealed some surprise. House Master Wei's younger sister, Wei Qingfan's aunt, is Prince Nan's wife and Huang Fuliang's birth mother. Wei Qingfan's aunt was Huang Fuliang's birth mother. If that was the case, then Wei Qingfan was Huang Fuliang's cousin. To be honest, House Wei was only able to get to this point because of their relationship with Prince Nan. Otherwise, House Wei would be nothing more than an ordinary small family. As the eldest daughter of West Sea General's mansion, Yu Chenyu was quite clear about the affairs of the nobles in the capital. After listening to her explanation, the confusion in Chu Hen's heart disappeared. It seemed that Wei Qingfan and Yi Yu came with the Imperial Martial Academy's team to tell everyone that Wei Qingfan was backed by Huang Fuliang. If anyone dared to offend Wei Qingfan, they would be going against Huang Fuliang. Luckily, you didn't kill Wei Qingfan. Otherwise, you would be in endless trouble. Yu Chenyu looked at Chu Hen with a complicated expression. Then, she changed the topic and patted Chu Hen's shoulder. She smiled mischievously and said, "But it doesn't matter. If you follow me in the future, no one will dare to bully you." Huh. Chu Hen was startled at first, but then he couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the great general of the West Sea was a famous general of the Sacred Star dynasty. His position in the dynasty was not the slightest bit weaker than the Southern Prince's residence. However, if that day really came, why would Chu Hen seek the help of a woman? In just a few words, the Imperial Martial Academy's geniuses had already arrived in front of everyone. Huang Fuliang raised his eyelids slightly and a faint smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Mammoth Lin Yuan, Bright Moon Su Rong, Di Feng Situ Feng, Ling Siwinya, and the others. "Hee, everyone, long time no see. How have you been?" "I've been well. I've been eating well and sleeping well. It's just that I'm not in a good mood when I saw you today." Lin Yuan crossed his arms in front of him and replied casually. Huang Fuliang didn't seem to care at all. Then it must have been hard on you. I can't help it. Who asked you, Huang Fuliang, to be so powerful? I'll just endure it. Apart from Lin Yuan, Su Rong, Situ Feng, and when you didn't seem to like Huang Fuliang very much. Others might not know, but they were very clear that it was best to stay as far away from people like Huang Fuliang as possible. Once Huang Fuliang became ruthless, it would definitely make people's hair stand on end. Who's that over there? A hoarse voice suddenly sounded. A young man standing on Huang Fuliang's right suddenly walked forward and pointed at Chu Hen. You're the one who defeated Wei Qingfan and became the champion of the Earth ranking competition? In an instant, everyone's gazes could not help but fall onto Chu Hen. The expressions on everyone's faces were different. Some were teasing, some were indifferent. However, Wei Qingfan's gaze instantly became cold and sharp. His slightly pale face was instantly covered in frost. On the other hand, Yi Yu's eyes were filled with indescribable complexity. Faced with the invisible pressure released by the young man, Chu Hen was neither servile nor overbearing. He did not reveal any pressure at all. He cupped his fist slightly and said with a faint smile, I'm Chu Hen. Greetings, Senior Brother Wei Zhong. Earlier, Yu Chenyu had secretly told Chu Hen the name of the person standing in front of him. Huh. Wei Zhong sneered and replied disdainfully, Do you think the word senior brother can come out of your mouth? Since when did I have a junior brother like you? Long Qingyang, Yu Chenyu, Xiao Yan and the others could not help but frown. Wei Zhong was obviously here to cause trouble. Senior brother Wei Zhong's words are a little inappropriate. Long Qingyang hurriedly stepped forward to explain for Chu Hen. He also said in a calm tone, The disciples of the various martial houses have been calling each other senior brother or senior sister for a long time. It's not like, who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to lecture me? Wei Zhong interrupted Long Qingyang before he could finish speaking. His arrogant attitude and rude behavior were repulsive. However, Wei Zhong was still a student of the Imperial Martial Academy's heaven ranking. Even though everyone knew that he was openly picking a fight with Chu Hen, no one cared about it. You, big brother. Chu Hen raised his hand, gesturing for Long Qingyang to stop talking. Since this senior brother has said that we're not qualified to call him senior brother, then we won't. Then Chu Hen fearlessly took a few steps forward, his eyes calm as he spoke to Wei Zhong indifferently. What business do you have with me? Wei Zhong, directly calling out his name, was powerful and resonating. Wow. Everyone present immediately let out a low sigh. Each and every one of them looked at Chu Hen with some astonishment in their eyes. How dare someone from the Tensei Prefecture treat a genius of the Imperial Martial Academy like this? This kind of disparity was really big. Apart from a few people, the others had an expression of watching the show on their faces. Everyone knew that Wei Zhong had a fiery temper. If he was angered, it would not be a laughing matter. As expected, Wei Zhong's face quickly darkened. Brat, I'll count to 3. Kneel before me and kowtow 3 times, and I'll pretend that nothing happened. Haha, what a joke! You didn't want me to call you senior brother, so I didn't. I've been following your orders all along, so how could I be wrong again? Chu Hen's voice paused for a moment, then changed the topic. Indifferently, he lightly laughed and said, However, I want to remind you of something. When you speak, please don't point your finger at others. That is very impolite, Wei Zhong. His stance was firm and domineering. Wei Zhong was instantly enraged. His face darkened as he reached out to grab Chu Hen's throat. Brat, I'll teach you how to be a man today. The biting cold wind surged towards Chu Hen in an earth-shattering manner. The boundless pressure was like a mountain attacking. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanshuang, Yu Chenyu, and Luo Mengchang from the Imperial Martial Academy were all shocked. Wei Qingfan's face had already revealed a sinister smile. However, just as Wei Zhong's palm, which was surrounded by a dense golden light, was less than half a meter away from Chu Hen. A xiao sound rang out, along with the rapid trembling of the airflow. A purple shadow flashed past everyone's eyes. In the next instant, Chu Hen disappeared from where he was like a ghost. What? Then Wei Zhong was slightly shocked, but before he could make the next reaction, a cold voice suddenly came from behind him.